This morning I woke up and I look in the mirror and every part of my
3FM 92.7.
Hello there, good morning. Welcome to the 3FM Sunrise here on 3FM 92.7. In a short while, we'll go for the 6 a.m. news. When we return, we'll get into a lot for you here today. Message of motivation, check the weather, newspapers, we'll have sports, and a host of others. If you stick and stay with us here on the 3FM Sunrise. We'll get into the 6 a.m. news as well as the business news. We'll return after all of that with a bit more for you here on the show. Please stay.
Let us unite. We got one life, so let's make it right. It's a beautiful day. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. So yeah, do I walk through the valleys of the shadows of death? I will fear no evil.
FM 92.7. We're coming to you live from our studios here on the John Hammond Street. Coming up this morning, the family of the no-bed syndrome victim Charles Emisa welcome report of the committee investigating their brother's death with a call on government to improve emergency health care.
So I think that it's a step in the right direction. Looking back, we would have to prevent these kind of deaths from occurring and not usually set up a committee when the death has already occurred. But however, this will not bring Charles back.
Also this morning, patients who visit the central lab of the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital likely to meet a shutdown from today, and a lot later you could be imprisoned or fined if you fail to make the necessary updates to your personal details with the NIA. We'll tell you why. Now, family of the no-bed syndrome victim Charles Emisa have welcomed the report of the committee investigating their brother's death with a call on government to improve emergency healthcare. The three-member committee investigating the death of Charles Emisa has concluded that he died from medical neglect rather than the immediate injuries he sustained. Chair of the committee, Ajiman Bedu-Akosa, explained that the cause of death was excessive blood loss resulting from a severe injury to the upper arm, and the victim could have survived if timely medical intervention had been provided.
And the pathology confirms a slow death from medical neglect and was not from the instant trauma. What it means is that if at any of these facilities there had been medical intervention, Charles Emisa could have survived. Now the key findings. Charles Emisa died of exsanguination, excessive loss of blood due to an upper right arm bone and soft tissue injury, causing damage to the axillary and brachial arteries and veins following a road traffic accident. Death of Charles Emisa could have been avoided by medical intervention at the police hospital, the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, or Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital.
Well, responding to the report, Health Minister Kwabena Mintakando said all medical professionals who've been mentioned will face disciplinary action.
I want to accordingly direct my chief director, the chief director of the Ministry of Health, to write to the following people, the following health professionals and their hospitals and their regulators, that disciplinary actions be taken against them. 1, Dr. Anne-Marie Kudo should be referred to the police hospital and the Medical and Dental Council with immediate effect. Dr. Nina Naomi Iram, the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, and the Medical and Dental Council.
Well, sister of the deceased, Matilda Emisa, while welcoming the report, said they look forward to improvement in emergency healthcare in the country.
So according to our code of conduct, exactly what the minister had said is what they're supposed to do. But however, this will not bring Charles back. And like I said, he's gone. But we do not want this to happen to anyone again. As looking back, we would have to prevent these kind of deaths from occurring and not usually set up a committee when the death has already occurred. So I think that it's a step in the right direction, but it will not. But however, this will not bring Charles back.
That's sister of the deceased, Matilda Emisa. Now, patient who visits the central labs of the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital today will be likely to meet a shutdown from today. This follows a decision by the lab scientists who claim their head of unit has been unlawfully removed from office. Staff on Wednesday staged a protest at the facility demanding his immediate reinstatement. Labour Affairs correspondent Daniel Opoku has the full details.
More than 300 laboratory scientists at the Central Laboratory of Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital picketed at the premises earlier on Wednesday. The protesting staff were demanding the reinstatement of their head of unit, whom they insist was illegally removed. They also argue that medical doctors should not be appointed to head laboratory roles, maintaining that such roles should be reserved for qualified laboratory professionals. Although the group had initially announced plans to embark on a strike on Tuesday, May 12, they opted to begin a picketing exercise. Local Union Chairman John Makoja emphasized the need for immediate return of the head of unit. He noted that the absence of leadership has significantly disrupted operations at the laboratory.
Standards Authority came yesterday. We couldn't get money to fund their work. So they get money, you or Korle-Bu couldn't get money. So normally what happened, the head of department will have to approve. But now we don't have head of department. So it means no check can be issued in the name of Central Lab. So that work could not be carried on. So I came this morning to communicate to my people about what was agreed yesterday. And the people are not happy.
Meanwhile, patients who were unaware of the protest were left stranded and visibly frustrated as services were interrupted.
Just shouted at me that we are not working. Why? 1,300 and something. I paid 1,300 for the DC, the lab.
I don't know what is happening, and they said I should sit here and wait. So if they don't come, why must I sit here?
The aggrieved staff later marched to the hospital's administration block to press home their demands. They warned that they would not resume work unless their colleague was reinstated. Despite appeals from the local union chairman for calm, the protesters remained resolute.
They gave management 72 hours to call the gentleman who made the statement that 75% or 50% of their lab results is wrong. If they don't call him to order, the time elapsed tomorrow. And tomorrow they will shut the whole place down for maintenance. And they're also calling on management to immediately reinstate the revoked head of department. If not, tomorrow, after the 72 hours, they will advise themselves.
At the national level, the Medical Laboratory Professional Workers Union MERPU expressed concern over the situation. Dr. Franklin Amate Ama is the vice president of the union.
Because one of their kind is in the position of authority and they have the power to appoint and to disappoint, they capriciously removed him. Clear abuse of administrative powers. They remove him without due process.
He cautioned that failure to resolve the issue promptly could disrupt the otherwise peaceful working environment at the hospital.
Because it is the leadership and governance that is their cynosure. That is what they want. They feel that they are more superior in the healthcare system than anybody, and they cannot submit to any kind except their own kind. But that is not the way to go. The space of the healthcare training has evolved over the years, and we have all developed capacities to lead and manage. So listen to me, colleagues, medical officers. These issues of wanting to lead and manage in the space alone cannot work.
Labour Affairs correspondent Daniel Opoku with that report. Now, all third-year male students at the Bolgatanga Technical Institute have been directed to vacate the school premises with immediate effects. The directive follows security intelligence suggesting planned attacks on critical school infrastructure. Addressing students on Wednesday, the Upper East Regional Minister and Chair of the Regional Security Council, Akamugri Donatus Atanga, expressed grave concern over recurrent patterns of unrest and the destruction of school property at the institution.
It is rather unfortunate that you are to end your practicals by next week, and then you will go on to do the theory. But unfortunately, when we were in school those days, when students were going to riot, they don't riot at the time exams are on. They go and cause the problem at the time that the exams are not on. The trouble has come from the third years, particularly the third year boys. They have caused the problem. When my system went down, that's what we have detected. And so the 10 years boys you will have to go home. The third-year boys, you will have to go home.
Now, the National Identification Authority is urging members of the public to endeavor to make the necessary updates to their personal details whenever required. According to the authority, failure to do so without reasonable cause will result in a fine or a term of imprisonment or both. Here's a report by George Queenan.
The law requires every Ghana card holder to notify the NIA within 30 days of any change in circumstances that affect the personal information stored in the National Identity Register or to correct any errors relating to that information. The data collected by NIA is intended to support effective government planning.
If you were in secondary school and now you are working, government needs to know how many working group of people do we have. If you are sorry to say you were able and now you are disabled, you have to notify NIA so that at any point in time government says that NIA kindly produce the total number of disabled people in this country for me. We have to do. So the law is there, but just that NIA has not been enforcing it. But I intend to enforce it to the latter.
However, failure by Ghanaians to update their information is making it difficult for authorities to rely on the data for accurate planning. The NIA has outlined several circumstances that require updates.
It includes that when you are a student and now you are a working class, you belong to the working class, you have to inform NIA. When you're single and now you are married, you have to inform NIA. And the most important aspect is that when you move from where you are staying, so if you are staying at Kaswa and now you are now at East Legon, it means that your circumstance has changed. You have to inform the NIA so that we can do the necessary corrections.
But what happens if one fails to update their details?
That's where we say that if you don't update it and we get to know, then we can take you through the legal process because the law is clear on that. The sanction is that you pay a 12 penalty unit or you go to a term of imprisonment of not more than 30 days.
The National Identification Authority, NIA, will soon launch an online application to allow Ghanaians to update their data from the comfort of their homes while still ensuring strict verification processes.
It doesn't mean that once you do apply and it says the circumstances have changed, so it means that it goes into our system and just change. No, there will be a reviewing team because the law is clear that if the reviewing team is not convinced, they will have to call you to come to justify why you want to do those changes and everything that we could do. So, and lucky those things are not on the card, on the physical card, so you can just do the updates.
Well, that's it for this morning's edition of the news here on 3FM. For a lot more news, you can log on to 3news.com. Business is next.
Follow us on social media. Twitter at 3FM927. Facebook at 3FM927. And also on 3news.com.
Time for us to get into the very latest from the world of business. And top of the stories this morning, Dalex Finance CEO Joe Jackson warns of rising inflation risk as Ghana's 15-month decline ends with an April rate of 3.4%.
Businesses can still plan, can still go ahead and invest, but keeping a sharp eye lookout for what is happening in the Middle East.
Also, Ghana fixed income market turnovers dips to 430 million cedis as treasury bills maintain dominance. A lot later, government moves to introduce egg value addition amid export impasse with Burkina Faso.
Where we can process the egg. You know, egg can be processed into powder. Value addition, that is why the master plan, we've commissioned them to look at it for us.
Details of these and more shortly if you stay. Ghana's inflation remains historically low, businesses are being urged to keep a watchful eye on global volatility. Chief Executive Officer of Dalex Finance, Joe Jackson, has signaled that while the current economic climate is good, significant external risks are beginning to gather on the horizon. It comes off the back of Ghana's annual inflation edging up by 0.2 percentage points in April.
Ghana's annual consumer inflation rose to 3.4% in April 2026 from 3.2% in March 2026, ending a 15-month decline as rising cost of housing and transport snapped the nation's consistent disinflationary streak. Government statistician Dr. Alhassan Idrisu noted the slight uptick could have been more pronounced were it not for government policies.
The supply constraints, we talked about market access, and then we talked about transportation. Government is still implementing its fiscal consolidation program, optimizing or maximizing revenue collection. At the same time, government is also saying, look, the expenditure side, there's so much waste, so I'm going to make sure that I cut waste.
Chief Executive Officer of Dalex Finance, Joe Jackson, highlighted two primary catalysts that could disrupt Ghana's price stability.
We're still way below the target range, so we can't complain. Prices may go up slightly, but they will go up at a much slower rate. The cedi has been under a bit of pressure in the last few weeks, so it's not surprising that prices of imported goods are going up. Risk is the risk of this Middle East war.
Despite these pressures, the outlook for the private sector remains cautiously optimistic.
Businesses can still plan, can still go ahead and invest, but keeping a sharp eye lookout for what is happening in the Middle East. As for the average person, prices may still go up, but they won't go up as high. So you can keep doing what you're doing, but be a lot more cautious than you were 3 months ago.
The government remains stable enough for strategic planning, but the era of easy disinflation may be coming to an end.
Also, Business Desk reporting that the inflation has risen to 3.4% in April, ending a 15-month-long decline. Now, activity on the Ghana fixed income market slowed sharply on Tuesday, with total turnover closing at 430 million cedis. The session was characterized by a preference for short-term liquidity as investors channeled the bulk of their capital into treasury bills and sell-buy back transactions. The following three Business News Desk report has a bit more on the development.
Data from the May 5 trading session reveals a market that was not only quieter but also highly concentrated. Out of the 431 trades executed, the vast majority were driven by treasury bills. This segment alone accounted for over 285 million cedis, cementing its role as the market's primary liquidity anchor. Investors continue to favor this short-duration instrument because they offer predictable pricing and faster exit options in an uncertain economic climate. The most active paper of the day was a treasury bill maturing in January 2027, which alone cleared nearly 59 million cedis across 16 trades. Outside of the T-bill space, activity was sporadic. Sell and buyback transactions involving government notes and bonds contributed approximately 93 million cedis to the total volume. Meanwhile, the Domestic Debt Exchange Program (DDEP) segment remained incredibly thin, with only a single trade recorded for a February 2027 bond totaling 50 million cedis. On Tuesday, only 2 trades were recorded for a corporate debt totaling less than 1 million cedis. This ongoing lack of interest underscores a structural imbalance in Ghana's financial market, where secondary liquidity is almost entirely dominated by government paper. As long-term government bonds and corporate debt remain sidelined, short-term government paper continues to set the tone for the nation's fixed income landscape.
The Ministry of Food and Agriculture says it is working to introduce value addition to eggs produced locally as part of efforts to address a growing glut in the sector. This follows concerns raised by ex-suppliers in parts of the country who have called on the government to intervene in a trade impasse with Burkina Faso that has halted exports for more than 2 months.
The suspension has led to an oversupply on the local market, pushing down prices and threatening the livelihoods of poultry farmers and distributors. Amid the glut, government is also pushing ahead with plans to revitalize the poultry sector, raising concerns about a potential increase in excess supply. Speaking on the sidelines of the Southern Zone Ghana Poultry Master Plan Stakeholders Dialogue, the Chief Technical Advisor to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Kwesi Etubonde, said plans are underway to add value to eggs to help stabilize the market.
The bumper harvest we got this year in terms of maize and soya, and we are looking at the situation where we can process the egg. Egg can be processed into powder. So the value addition, that is why the master plan, we've commissioned them to look at it for us. So when you produce and the market is there, everybody will be happy.
Meanwhile, Group CEO of Agri-Impact Group, Dr. Daniel Fahene Akwe, has called on the financial sector to move beyond financing production and support value chain development to maximize impact in the poultry sector.
When we are looking at financing, we should look at it from the value chain point. If you also finance processor and that processor doesn't get the beds, that processor will be operating at 20% capacity. We want to have this inclusive, and that is the model that we piloted with the Happy program, and we saw the benefits. So now you go and there's a processor and there are outgrowers who are producing to feed the factory.
Well, that was a report on government moving to introduce egg value addition amid export impasse with Burkina Faso. The Bank of Ghana's Governor, Dr. Johnson Isiama, has challenged the continent to transition from being passive adopters of financial technology to becoming leaders who shape the global financial system. Speaking at the 3i Africa Summit here in Accra, he emphasized that Africa has reached a pivotal moment where coordinated action will define its future standing in the world economy.
A recent World Bank report indicates that approximately 49% of adults in sub-Saharan Africa, they now have access to digital financial accounts. Africa is not starting from zero, therefore. We are starting from momentum. So this is progress, but it also signals a transition. Access has expanded indeed. The task now is to make it count. So ladies and gentlemen, this progress points to an important shift. The next phase of digital finance will not be defined by payments alone. Across our markets, the basic payment infrastructure is increasingly in place. The opportunity now lies in building the next layer of value.
The Central Bank Governor, Johnson Isiama, will get you updates from the commodity markets now.
On the interbank foreign exchange market, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis 24 pesos. It recorded no change. The British pound is selling at 15 cedis 29 pesos. It gained 3 pesos. The euro is selling at 13 cedis 22 pesos. It also gained 5 pesos. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at a forex bureau near you. On the global commodities market, Brent crude is trading at $101.66 per barrel. Gold is trading at $4,693.73 per ounce, up by $136.81. Cocoa is trading at $4,135 per ton, up by $61.
Well, that's it for the business news updates here as well on Sunrise. The show continues.
sunrise.
We're back here in the studio for you. And over the last 10 plus minutes, great music, kind courtesy DJ Phil. We'll get started with a few in terms of messages as well, because I promised I was going to bring that to you after all of the news. Today I want to speak to somebody or anybody who feels stuck. A person who smiles in public but quietly wonders, what exactly am I doing wrong? Sometimes life becomes difficult, not when things are falling apart, but when nothing seems to be moving at all. You look around and everyone appears to be making progress. People are getting married. Like in my case, I've had lots of friends getting married. I'm not saying I'm in a position where I feel stuck. No, I'm just citing an example. Someone is buying a house. That certainly will put a bit of pressure on you. If lots of your mates are doing that, others are traveling, some are getting promoted, some are announcing another big achievement online, and then there's you feeling like life pressed a pause button on your story. It's a painful feeling, very painful. And sometimes, you're torn between you coming off as a hater, but that's not really the case. It's a natural occurrence of having to feel a bit of hurt when it feels like everything else around you has been put on pause. And sometimes it also defines the fact that you're a bit afraid that your own chapter or your own story may never be fulfilled. And so you're wondering, will I also make the next big step? Will I also have something to celebrate? Because you look around you and everything seems to be stagnant. Nothing else appears to be moving. But if there's a story that emphasizes, reinforces the need to continue going on even when it appears nothing is happening, is the bamboo. Planted and for years, the months, nothing shows like anything is happening. It takes a while, but that growth is all happening underneath. It's happening underneath. When other trees are sprouting and already beginning to grow, the bamboo continues to remain in the ground. One day it suddenly shoots up, upwards and upwards, and dare I say becomes taller than any other tree within the region. And that perhaps explains how some of us, our lives are panning out right now. So we've been at a stage where there's a lot of stagnation. Trust me, it can feel tiring. But just know that in all of that, there's quiet growth happening somewhere. You're in school. It's a temporary job. You're looking for a permanent one. Just keep plowing away. Don't stop. And stop measuring by comparison. Everybody's story is different. That's one thing I've come to realize. Every single person's story is different. The pathway is not the same. The pathway it took me. Yesterday I was telling a story about how some roughly 15, 20 years ago, I was holding newspapers in the classroom and reading along with my mates in JHS, cosplaying live radio and TV productions. And today, I'm here. Somebody else didn't have to cosplay in JHS. They walked a completely completely different path. And so everybody's story is different. Some bloom at 25, others discover themselves at 45. Some find love early, others will have to wait. That's the beauty of it all. Different stories, different people, different perspectives. And always ask yourself this: if we all had the same story, where will divergence come from? How will we be able to appreciate the journey if we all had the same story? And so this morning, just remember, life is not a race with one finishing line. If you feel left behind, your worth is not determined by how fast your story is moving. And delay does not mean denial. Breathe, keep going, keep watering your soil, and one day, people too say, suddenly you came up, and they will not know what the story is. I had the reason to share this again because some people, someone I encountered was feeling this way, and I just want you to know that the story is not the same for everybody, and if you keep pushing, yours will change. In terms of the weather update as well, mist and fog patches will form over a few coastal as well as parts of the forest and mountainous areas this morning, with partly cloudy conditions prevailing elsewhere. From mid-morning into the afternoon, mostly sunny weather with intermittent cloud cover will dominate southern Ghana, while the north remains predominantly sunny. However, from the late afternoon into the night, thunderstorms or rain are expected, particularly over the transition belt and parts of the northern and middle sectors, including a few inland areas along the coast. With all that out of the way, we can confidently get into the newspapers for you right now here on the 3FM Sunrise.
3FM Sunrise. Sunrise on 3FM.
We'll go through them nonetheless for you on the 3FM Sunrise. Daily Graphic first on my bail. Ghana, 2 others pilot AFCFTA digital trade. Vice President says new corridor to eliminate delays, high cost of intra-Africa transactions. McLean Kofi with this story as it starts on the front page and continues on page 3. Gomwa Central will be West Africa's trade hub within 10 years. That's according to the Member of Parliament for the area, Kwame Asare-Obeng. The Mirror, Labadi Beach Hotel promised unforgettable Mother's Day celebration. Medical neglect, 7 to face disciplinary action over Charles Emisa's death. We've been hearing from a number of them on the show this morning. I'll take you back to that news conference where they detailed to a great extent what may have happened on that day. But we're still big on contractors receiving monies and no work done. And so, special interview as well with the Deputy Roads and Highways Minister, who was also on the tour in different parts of the country today, monitoring a number of the projects. But all of that in a chat for you. The back page of the Daily Graphic, President cut short for SDA College Assembly Hall hostel facilities. 228 girls vaccinated against human papilloma virus in Lejokuku, HPV, to mark African Vaccination Week. Today, I think I would like a bit of Coldplay Viva La Vida a lot later as well. The Daily Guide, ex-Buffer Stock CEO denied access to lawyers. The former Attorney General Godfrey Yeboah-Dame has been speaking to my colleague Noble Crosby Annan. I'll let you in on some of the things he's been sharing. Tema murder, police chase killer soldier with 100,000 cedis bounty. Military officers whip teacher in Takwan Swaim. The teachers have issued a 2-week ultimatum for some course of action. Afoko meets Baumia, Kufuor others. He's seeking to make that return. Kumasi celebrates birthday boy Otumfuo. Those are the stories on the front page of the Daily Guide. Those are the only papers that decided to come through this morning through my walls. So we'll get into the details, and we're starting off from the ex-Buffer Stock CEO being denied access to his lawyers.
Sunrise on 3FM.
The story is by Gabriel Abdul Razak. It reads that more than 24 hours after the rearrest of former Chief Executive Officer of the National Food and Buffer Stock Company Limited, NAFCO, Hanan Abdul Wahab Aludiba, and his wife, Faiza Saidu Wuni, the couple were denied access to their lawyers despite sustained efforts by their legal team. Lawyers from Dami and Partners had made strenuous efforts to access the couple at the Economic and Organized Crime Office yesterday after they were rearrested moments after the Attorney General withdrew all charges against them and 3 others. Former Attorney General Godfrey Yeboah-Dame, who's been speaking to a number of media outlets, including us, yesterday, said that the couple have been denied access to counsel. Junior colleagues of mine who are at Yoko say that as at about 11 o'clock, they've not been given access to them. They've not been allowed to see their client. As at 4:30 p.m., Mr. Dame told Daily Guide that his clients were still in Iyoko custody with no access to lawyers more than 30 hours after the arrest. He earlier indicated that Mr. Abdul Wahab had fallen ill during the process and was rushed to a hospital for medical attention before being returned to the custody of Iyoko. He's still in the custody of Iyoko at the Iyoko office. He's not been given access to his lawyers, Mr. Dame said. The former Attorney General bemoaned the development, describing it as unhealthy practice. Here's a quote from him. If the Republic has a genuine case against a person, they ought to abide by due process and bring the person before court with all the rights guaranteed under the Constitution of Ghana and let the case proceed, Mr. Dame added. On the discharge, the Attorney General on Tuesday, May 2026, withdrew all charges against Hanan Abdul Wahab, his wife, and 3 others. And so those are the details from the developments. In a related matter, the minority leader, Alexander Penyo-Markin, has condemned what he describes as the unwarranted arrest and incarceration of former Chief Executive Officer of the National Food and Buffer Stock Company, Abdul Wahab Hanan Aludiba, and his wife.
FM Sunrise.
It's almost
3FM Sunrise.
Sunrise on 3FM.
We're streaming live on Facebook and handles 3FM927 on YouTube as well. I want you to let us know what you think as well, right, of the developments, because there are questions to be asked of the Office of the Attorney General as well, because he's a Minister of Justice. Let us not forget. There are concerns of how and why Mr. Hanan, who was granted bail initially and has subsequently seen charges withdrawn and rearrested, is still going through the process as we have it. Has not been granted bail, has not been given access to his lawyers. That should not be the case per respect for rights and what have you. So I want to know what you think as well. And we'll hear from the former Attorney General, Godfred Yeboah-Dame, who is counsel for him and has been seeking to reach out to him through his lawyers. A number of lawyers have been to Yoko. In fact, there are reports that he fell ill, was taken to receive treatment, and then subsequently returned to the custody of Yoko. All of that and more, and still no access to lawyers. We'll find out if the situation continues to remain the same as at this morning, or if he's been granted some bail by Yoko. Remember, the charges were withdrawn because the Attorney General's office says fresh evidence was found in relation to the matter, and so they had to withdraw and will subsequently refile. Well, here's what the former Attorney General had to tell my colleague Noble Crosby in relation to this subject matter.
It's a case that was eroded by the press conference, by the Attorney General bastardizing the character of the persons in issue. indicating that they have stolen money, they engaged in money laundering, they've acquired assets and all that. Before he filed the charge sheet, he had held a press conference indicating that he had gathered sufficient evidence and all. He used the words painstaking investigations conducted by him indicated that these offences had been committed. We undertook case management conference for about 5 months since January. We have engaged in case management conference whereby we are scrutinizing the evidence of the prosecution. Indeed, all manner of objections were raised by defense counsel. I mean, myself, I raised objections to, and most of them were appealed. The very recent one that was appealed was an objection to the fact that the prosecution could not introduce new material, new witness statements without leave of the court. Why would the prosecution even think of doing that? These are things that, with all respect, are so basic, and I never did it when I was at Tendra. So when objection was raised, the court appealed it, and the next move of the prosecution was to discontinue the prosecution, withdraw all the charges against the accused person. And indeed, if you have withdrawn the charges against the accused person, I have no qualms at all. My expectation is that to the extent that you're already on bail before, court granted bail and all that, all the assets frozen already, all the passports they had seized and all, they are complied with the due process. All you have to do is invite them to your office, maybe to sign another statement for you, or to undergo under interrogation in the presence of their counsel. But then the prosecution, the Attenjo and the Yoko decide to violate this basic right of the person. What are they afraid of? The Attenjo throws the accused person, the Attenjo and the Yoko throw the accused person into custody without any bail. They've been in Yoko custody since 10 a.m. yesterday. My lawyers, colleague lawyers have been there since the same time yesterday up to date. They have not been given access to their... It's a recent phenomenon. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, what's the prosecution afraid of? The right to legal representation is basic and fundamental. It is not a gift the Republic is giving any accused person. And there cannot even be any lawful process undertaken by the Republic in the absence of counsel or with the absence of legal representation. But I'm saying that in a matter as high profile as this, and matter that indeed the parties have counsel, right to lawyers, and lawyers are available, you cannot deny them access lawyers. It never happens. And I find it very awkward. It's an attempt to intimidate them, harass them. It's a recent phenomenon. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, what's the prosecution afraid of? The right to legal representation is basic and fundamental. It is not a gift the Republic is giving any accused person. And there cannot even be any lawful process undertaken by the Republic in the absence of counsel or with the absence of legal representation in a matter as high profile as this, and matter that indeed the parties have counsel, right to lawyers, and lawyers are available. You cannot deny them access lawyers. It never happens. And I find it very awkward. It's an attempt to intimidate them, harass them, and torture them. Clearly, I see this just as an effort to unnecessarily torture the accused persons and all. I understand that they must see the Yoko boss first. The Yoko boss, the claim is unavailable. I mean, ridiculous. And I find it very, very untoward. It's just an effort to lend credence to all the oral theory that they dispute. So I think that I mean, after having become frustrated through the objections raised by counsel and all, it's just a ruse to discontinue and rather resort to an extrajudicial measure by torturing them. I mean, they cannot win in court, and they must find some means of intimidating and harassing them. I find it very unbecoming, completely unacceptable. It's something that any healthy democracy ought not to condone. This is a Tejura who has more or less become the master of press conferences and all. He has been quick. He has been quick to approach the public to explain charges and all that. Indeed, no, it doesn't matter. It's his own style. That's very unconventional. It's definitely one that I would not subscribe to it. It is wrong. It is wrong to the extent that it violates the rights of the accused. You cannot because you subjected them to vilification and maligning them in the eyes of the public and international community even before you go to court. It's not allowed. No person, no attorney, no lawyer, no person at all has a right to pronounce a person guilty and bastardize them in the eyes of the public before going to court. They said that there's going to be a rumble in the jungle, that they have unimpeached evidence, painstaking investigations, and that this one there was a question that was asked one person in one of the press conferences, at which he said this one will take the evidence that he has to take time. It will take no time to secure a conviction. I mean, what is the purpose of that? To put pressure on the court? That's I said, it's never done. Why do you think you has never done that? Because the law is a conservative profession. The law, when I say conservative, not conservative in the context of politics as being conservative or liberal. It is one that is steeped in tradition, built on precedent, built on judicial precedent, authority, norms and conventions. You cannot just violate the rights of the president, especially when you are the law enforcer. Of course, the always be stifled, prevented from doing to manifest indication of an intention not to cooperate with the OSP by this government, demonstrated with attempts to collapse the office. We found in the beginning when they presented the bill to Parliament for the scrapping of the office. And when that was met of hue and cry, then they reported to I don't think it's drawn to put it on ice. So if the attorney assuming without admitting that this attorney considers all that process of delegation of authority to be insufficient, all he has to do is to do what section 4 requires to authorize the procedural function of the OSP, and for the OSP to work. So that's just 5 days process by the execution of an executive instrument. And it did as a executed various executive instruments mandating institutions of state to prosecute the EPA, the Forestry Commission, local, and all that. Because I didn't find it necessary at all. And I think by the express conduct of the attainder in laid before Parliament, attainder laid before Parliament, the OSP Act, by the express conduct of the attainder in enacting regulations LI 2023-74, and by the specific delegation of the attainder procedural authority in LI 2023-74. The OSP has been sufficiently authorized to undertake prosecution.
Former Attorney General Godfred Yeboah-Dami speaking on the case of Abdul Hanan Aludiba. I'll get on to a number of you having shared messages in relation to some other matters. I've seen one in concern about the Keta situation and all. But closely tied to all of this, or rather, moving away from matters in terms of Abdul Hanan and his situation, we know as well that yesterday, following his demise, Charles Emisa, who died after he was turned away by 3 hospitals in the capital, a committee which was tasked to investigate the subject matter as to what may have constituted his death, returned to the health ministry with some findings, some of which concerning in the least, but will result in disciplinary action against a number of persons. Professor Ajiman Bedu Akosa was the chair of the committee, and he presented the report to the health minister. Here is him detail some portions of it, right, and their findings and expectations as well in terms of disciplinary action. And then we'll hear from the health minister, and then I'll walk you again through what happened on that fateful day. But here's Professor Ajiman Bedu Akosa at the ceremony to hand over the committee's report.
The medical staff on duty at the police hospital, Greater Accra Regional Hospital, and Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital failed to attend to Charles Emisa when he was in a life-threatening condition, and this led to his avoidable death. Specific recommendations. Dr. Anne-Marie Kudewo should be referred to the management of police hospital and to the Medical and Dental Council for disciplinary action against her for breach of professional duty to Charles Emison and for being untruthful to the committee. Dr. Nina Naomi Ezram Adotevi should be referred to the management of Greater Accra Regional Hospital as their employer. They have oversight, administrative and management disciplinary processes that they must go through, and the Medical and Dental Council for disciplinary action against her for breach of professional duty to Charles Emison. Dr. Ida Durant should be referred to the management of Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital and Medical and Dental Council for disciplinary action against her for breach of professional duty to Charles Emison. Dr. Genevieve Ajar should be referred to the management of Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital and Medical and Dental Council for disciplinary action against her for breach of professional duty to Charles Emison. Ms. Akosia B. Texan should be referred to the management of Greater Accra Regional Hospital and to the Nurses and Midwives Council for disciplinary action against her for breach of professional duty to Charles Emison. Ms. Joy Daisy Nelson should be referred to the management of Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital and the Nurses and Midwives Council for disciplinary action against her for breach of professional duty to Charles Emison. Ms. Salamatu Al-Hassan Edu should be referred to Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital and Nurses and Midwives Council for disciplinary action against her for breach of professional duty to Charles Emison.
Speaking there. So he pretty much lists the individuals. And so on the day of the incident, go onto our Facebook right now as well as on YouTube, and you can see for yourself what is playing out as well. I wish I could be by the screen as I do this one. So as at 10:32 on the fateful day, a hit and run situation occurred at the Nkrumah Circle. Between 10:32 and 10:35, the ambulance service, and this is a sit rep, we put this together from the sit rep of the National Ambulance Service. They received that distress call. They dispatched a team there, and within 3 minutes, they had mobilized and were on their way to the scene, if not having arrived. They arrived between 3 minutes. When they arrived, initial status of the patient was taken. BP, pulse, SpO2, his respiration and all of that. I mean, for our medical experts, they will understand a bit more in terms of these readings. Charles was conscious, and this is not to remind the family of their pain, because they laid him to rest some months ago. He was conscious. His bleeding was controlled because it was an accident situation, and so he was hit. His bleeding was controlled with a gauze. A cervical collar was applied. Oxygen therapy was initiated to enable him breathe and do so properly. And he was log rolled onto a spine board. Let's look at the time. 10:36, 4 minutes after they received the call about the accident. And so we have to be looking at the top left corner where we're tracking time in relation to this development. If you're following, if you're listening to us, continue to follow. Between 10:36 and 10:43, which is 22:43, the first stop in terms of hospitals, they arrived there. They moved from the Kwame Nkrumah Circle overpass to the police hospital. They were rejected. 11 minutes had passed since they received the call. 11 minutes. They were rejected at the police hospital, and the reason provided was that there was no bed, no vacant bed available. This is what the emergency response team of the ambulance service did. They offered to pick somebody up at an emergency, they put him on a bed, then they roll him and board him onto the ambulance. They said, look, if you do not have a bed, we will provide you with this trolley so you provide emergency care to this individual. The staff at the police hospital refused. His vitals were not checked. And if we can go back to his vitals briefly for me, Frederick. His vitals. This was his vitals as at 4 minutes when they received the call and they mobilized and arrived in 4 minutes. These were the vitals. Fast forward to 46, thereabout. 43, right? The ambulance service had arrived at the police hospital. They said they were going to allow them use their trolley to take care of him and provide the emergency care. They said no. They didn't check his vitals as well. And so they had to move. Why did they leave from there? They went to the Ridge Hospital. That was the second stop. The Ridge General Hospital. Also now, or it's not also, it's now the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. Only no vacant bed available. They arrived at about 10:58. At this time, 26 minutes had elapsed. No admission, no vitals checked. They weren't clear as to whether or not there was a refusal here. But if I am to infer, or it's fair to infer that if they offered to use trolleys at the police hospital, they will offer to use trolleys at the Ridge Hospital, and that as well would have been rejected. Then they ferried him to the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital. By this time, 11:20. It had been 48 minutes since Charles Emisa. It could have been well over 48 minutes because after the time he was hit, you and I both do not know if that was immediately the time the ambulance service was called. But we are working within the time the ambulance service received the emergency or medical distress call and began to take action. They arrived at the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital. They were rejected there. And the instruction was, take him to the University of Ghana Medical Center because we cannot receive him here. 3 major facilities refused to provide emergency care under 60 minutes. The person was bleeding, had been put on oxygen. They had made an attempt to stop the bleeding with a gauze. And still, none of the 3 hospitals received him. At the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital, there was a standoff of some sort for 30 minutes. 30 minutes. An individual lying in the ambulance. What was the plea of the ambulance service? We cannot move him to the University of Ghana Medical Center. His continuous movement would be dangerous and will rapidly deteriorate his situation. What was the response from the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital and the staff present? We cannot admit him. We will not check his vitals. And the ambulance sat packed for 30 minutes whilst they negotiated. They went back and forth. Please, we are offering our trolleys. Check him. Check his vitals. Check this. At least that refused him entry. CPR was initiated with an attempt to resuscitate him, but there was no signs of life. He had fixed dilated pupils and his skin had gone cold. That was a situation of a man who needed help and yet found none. After that incident was when, after his skin went cold, was when a hospital staff, and if you read the sit rep from the Ghana Ambulance Service, you find out that after his skin had gone cold and there were attempts to resuscitate him, was when a medical officer came to check and pronounced him dead. That was the only time an official from the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital made their way to him and attempted to offer some care. It wasn't even care. It was to check if he was alive or not. Because if you go to the hospitals, they certify when you die and then they give a time of death. And if you read how the family even got to know about this, they were roaming, looking for their beloved, only to find out he had been tucked away in a morgue somewhere at Korle-Bu. And they didn't even know the individual when the report initially was taken there, until it began to go up in the media circles as to a missing individual and what have you. 30 long minutes parked at the hospital in an ambulance, and nobody came to check, provide some care, check vitals. But when his skin went cold and when his body went cold, they came to certify his death. We can speak long and hard about the challenges with our health infrastructure, the unavailability of beds and the lack of incentive to give of our best. We all know we're in the country, and we do not speak of this to suggest that medical officials or medical practitioners have it all rosy and they have the finest of accoutrements to work with. But in this instance, it's difficult to stomach and difficult to come to terms with. That an individual will be parked at a hospital in an ambulance. The ambulance emergency staff say, you take care of the person and provide some care on the stretcher. And I can appreciate concerns about medical negligence which have come up in the past, where health officials have attempted to provide some care in the difficult of circumstances and they lost the patient, and subsequently the family turned on the medical official and accused them of neglect, and so they sued the health facility and all of that. These are all challenges which exist within the country's health infrastructure, and I will not sit here this morning and act oblivious of them. We know, we hear about it. Issues of medical negligence sometimes being a case of the health practitioners doing all the best that they can within the circumstance of what is available to them. And yet they lose the patient and the family come after them. But in this instance, it's difficult to make a case like that. What did the committee recommend? What are they saying in terms of all of the details from there? They're asking for expedited establishment of a national electronic emergency bed management system. We've been promised that. It's been more than 2 months. If anybody has updates, we'll be glad to know. The health minister spoke there yesterday, and so it will be of interest if that was a part of the many things he spoke to. But the committee is also asking for to fully integrate the Ghana Armed Forces Critical Care and Emergency Hospital into the National Emergency and Critical Care System. That's where Dr. Emmanuel Samani as well works. Also, make triagen compulsory for all emergency patients brought to healthcare facilities across the country. And to establish a national emergency care fund to cover the first 2 hours of emergency care in public and private healthcare facilities nationwide. Where does Mahama Cares come in this? I know it's taking care of non-communicable diseases and some others, but can this as well fall within the domain of providing that 2-hour emergency? Because sometimes it's an issue of finance. Who is going to pay the medical bills when we take care of this person in the 2 hours or whatever when we provide the emergency care? It's a subject matter that has come up. And so more often than not, when there's an accident and a taxi driver is charitable, benevolent, and ferries the individual to the hospital, they bear all of the cost, because when you turn up, the front desk person says, if you don't do a card, we cannot do anything about the situation. These are realities that exist in the healthcare delivery system. And sometimes you do not begrudge them, because the hospitals will need money to run. It's a charity organization. And so we are fair in our analysis this morning as well. It's not a charity organization at all. And so the recommendation is welcome. And questions will be asked. We will ask, will Mahama Cares, which yesterday we were reading on the front page, will take off next month? Will it also provide that 2-hour emergency care for such instances as well? Because it will have to be comprehensive subject matters of healthcare. And the last they recommend is a fast-track legislation requiring public and private healthcare facilities to prioritize life-threatening cases and provide stabilizing intervention for patients needing emergency care. The US have this, that you cannot turn a patient away when they need emergency care. The hospital will be punished, and punished severely. Also, they are asking for a provision of basic life support and advanced cardiac life support training for health workers, pupils, students, and the general public. We've heard the family that this be a turning point. And this is not the first instance of no bed in this country. We can document. We documented the long history of no bed. And for every time it happened, there was a promise this will be the last. The family of Charles Emisa says, let this be the last. Let this be a reason why the recommendation, the 7th recommendation of establishing a national governance and management system for emergency care to ensure the implementation of major reforms in public and private healthcare facilities across the country is not just audio talk at an event to hand over a document. Charles Emisa had doctor siblings. In fact, if word went out to any of his siblings, they would have found a bed for him. That's the reality. But because he couldn't reach any of his siblings who were doctors, a bed was not found for him. That cannot continue to be the story. And we are about to listen to the health minister. He'll make very profound, bold statements about transformation and how this will be the last. But we've heard it so many times. And so we will not blame him if he's going down the same tangent. But you cannot blame us as well if we say that we've heard this far too many times, such that we do not trust the words. Here's the health minister in his own words, responding to the findings of the committee.
I want to accordingly direct my chief director, the chief director of the Ministry of Health, to write to the following people, the following health professionals, and their hospitals and their regulators that disciplinary actions be taken against them. I understand some of these facilities have already started disciplinary actions against some of these people, and I'll urge them to expedite action on them, and their respective regulators must also do same. Another recommendation that the critical care and emergency center or emergency hospital at the Ghana Armed Forces must be also made available to the public. It is a national asset that must be optimized. And so His Excellency the President has directed that that must also be made available to every Ghanaian.
That's the Health Minister, Minta Akando, speaking there. I'll pick quick thoughts from Sixtus Ullo on this subject matter, and then we'll get onto the phone lines and begin to explore some other subject matters in relation to our vociferous campaign yesterday on the big push contracts. But Six, we've seen the committee report and we've seen the health practitioners who've been recommended for some sanctions, disciplinary action be taken against them.
That is in the right direction. I have always said that one of the reasons we are where we are as a country is we talk and we don't act. Something happens, there's a committee, the committee takes days and months, comes out with a report. Eventually nothing comes out of the report. No action. The report is shelved. We have the same problem. We keep on being in the same shoe. There's an observation you made that I want to agree with. And this is not the first time. This is not the first person who had to go through major facilities looking for a bed and couldn't. I recall one of the stories that broke. I think I was done in my former employment, and we had to even go to the respective facilities that were mentioned to ask questions for ourselves. And it always comes down to the personnel, especially on night duty, how they react and receive, or they receive and react to emergencies. Whether it's an accident that has occurred, or it's somebody taken critically ill in the middle of the night in his sleep, or it's an event that has gone bad, gone wrong. I mean, emergencies we cannot define, but we all know what emergencies are. And the moment you get to the hospital, then the situation changes. I was on a phone call with a health worker, and I saw an accident happen right in front of me. And a good Samaritan quickly called the police and the patrol guys. They arrived at the scene very quickly, and they took over the case. And I was like, so on the phone, I was telling the person I was on the phone with, this just happened in front of me. And aside all the annoyances, other people standing by and trying to take pictures instead of helping, somebody had the presence of mind to quickly call the police. And the police also responded immediately. And they eventually found that they needed to immediately carry somebody to the hospital. And I was like, rather than wait for the police to come, they could have just carried the person to the hospital, the onlookers, the bystanders. And the person quickly remarked that anytime you carry an accident victim to a hospital, the person becomes your responsibility. So if you, Mawuena, you are moving on the road, you see a hit and run, you didn't hit the person, but you become a good Samaritan and say, oh, let me just help this person, carry the person to the hospital. The burden comes directly on you. As you mentioned, you would have to do a card for the person. You would have to pay for some of the initial responses. You would have to be there to give a police report. And that is the part that a lot of hospitals don't want to deal with, the police report. Because they say the police, they go come is too much. They end up wasting your time, stressing your life, and making you even regret ever, taking that upon yourself. That is aside the money that you would have spent. So if you don't even have money on you, it means that whatever help you intended giving would come to naught, because the hospital will not start a treatment if you have not paid for the treatment. The person might not have an insurance card on him or her. These days, too, a lot of us walk with our phones locked. A lot of us walk without ID cards on us. So it becomes difficult immediately to track the person, which is why I am happy about some of the recommendations that the committee gave. And you mentioned, brought in Mahama Fund to see how it can help in situations like this. Every single public hospital should be able to start an immediate treatment process for anybody who has been brought into the facility on an emergency, especially in accident cases. As for the person getting the emergency at home, it's a different matter. It means that his people or her people are bringing him or her and would move with details and money and all of that. If it's insurance, they have the details and all of that. But in a situation where you are involved in an accident, there is no one immediately available to say that, oh, I know him. Oh, you can start a treatment. I'll pay for this. And this person is moved in. Let's assume it's even an Okada person who saw the accident victim lying on the road and decides to carry this accident victim to the hospital. There should not be a situation where the hospital will say that, Okada man, you brought in the person, pay for a card before we start, or pay for IV before we put it on, or put in this or drop this amount before we are able to start any process. That shouldn't happen. Every single public facility should have the resources to be able to initiate such treatments or responses. After all, when the person is treated, the person will be discharged. Before the person is discharged, you'll be able to get your money back from the person. Even if it's somebody who is unable to pay, then you know that there's what do they call it? An insurance, a national health insurance cover on the person. Even if the person is not under national health insurance cover, the person is not able to pay, that particular fund or contingency plan that would have been put in place at the health administration level, from which all other public hospitals will draw, will then cover for that person. Otherwise, the only thing we see is that hospitals are continuously and continually prioritizing funding, financing, and money, basically, over human life. I keep referring to the public facilities because those are the ones that we can say are financed to some extent, already financed by the public purse. But if we are able to set up a fund, I'm not sure whether that is what I saw in the recommendation.
So they are
I know
asking,
they spoke about a governance system, which is something I disagree with. I don't have the benefits of the full notes. This is just a pointer that we picked. But if in terms of a governance system, we mean set up another body, another institution, employ people, put up a building, air-conditioned, buy vehicles, pay salaries and allowances for them to oversee the implementation or the running of such emergency care cases, then I don't think we need it. What we need is a fund that hospitals can draw from, private or public. They can draw from that fund and be able to treat victims of emergency cases, especially where there's a fire outbreak and people are knocked off. There's an accident, somebody is knocked off. There's a flood, somebody is knocked off. There's all the other emergencies that we can think of, apart from you taking ill in the middle of the night in your own house. Your people are the ones bringing you to the hospital, so at least your people will be able to handle the case. But those cases that you literally are not able to find a relative or a caregiver of the person or a guardian of the person, there should be a fund that the hospital can say that the IV that we are using on this person, we will be able to restock it drawing from this fund. It could be a part of the National Health Insurance system. That funding could come from there. We could decide to set up a whole fund to cater for that. Either ways, money should not be the reason a patient is turned away, much more an accident victim. The other thing I am happy about the report is the policy that they spoke about. In other jurisdictions, you cannot turn a patient away without administering or stabilizing the condition of the person. Before you turn the person away to say that, oh, we don't have a bed for you, the condition of the person should be stabilized. That if you were in the realm of life-threatening, critical, the first stop would say, we can do 1, 2, 3, and 4 to be able to guarantee that your life is out of danger before we then refer you to the next facility. The word I use there is refer. We won't have a security man at the gate or a nurse at the gate telling the ambulance that we don't have a bed for you, go back. That is so inhumane. I think that is so offensive of the Hippocratic oath that health practitioners swear to. Forget about the challenges that we are all aware of, the obvious challenges that we all speak about. I cannot imagine a health practitioner looking a patient in the eye or in the face and telling the relative of that patient, I cannot attend to you, go to a different place. I want to believe that referral is a technical term in health administration, which would include certain steps that a patient is said to have been referred when a medical officer has attended to that patient, has assessed the condition of that patient, stabilized the patient, and then told the patient or his or her relatives, we cannot deal with this particular condition here. On the authority of this note that I am giving you, go to this higher facility or go to the nearest facility. So I want to believe that referral is a term of, is a technical term in health management. It doesn't mean that an ambulance wheels in, a panicked relative rushes out of a car that has sped closely behind the ambulance into the yard, rush to fetch some nurse. Then this nurse tells the relative, I'm sorry, I cannot help you. Go to another facility. I don't think that counts for referral. So it is one of the recommendations that I am particular about, that the only way we ensure that patients, we don't lose patients on their way out of or from one facility to the other, that first aid is given, that stability is given, that comfort is given to the patient. Then we consider the other legs. The other expose from all of this is the state of our ambulances. Recall, Mawuena, that as part of the conversation, it came out that the ambulance or our ambulances are not equipped for what do we call it? First aid treatments. So when you have a serious critical clinical problem at home, you call an ambulance. All they do is convey you from your home to the hospital. But inside of the ambulance itself, the emergency staff, the caregiver who is in the ambulance is unable to administer that first aid, whether it's by reason of the under-equipment of the ambulance itself or the under-training of the ambulance service staff. That's the first aid care providers. They are first aid care providers, right? Or should be. So it also raises concern as to whether our ambulances are just taxis roaming around, conveying patients from their homes to the hospitals or from one hospital to the other.
In fact, that I didn't see that. Okay, there was a request for training for all such persons, yes, by the committee. And I recall when the incident happened and Professor Titus Bayu spoke in Parliament, he made that point as well, that we need to train
exactly
the emergency medical technicians of our ambulance service to be able to carry out some emergency response treatment so that it can also mitigate the impact of some of these. But wrap up for me so that we can do sports as well.
I think we've made a point.
We've made the point. And so, yes, that's the situation. We'll do sports, after which, when we return, we'll take you to the Roads and Highways Ministry, because we understand there will be some meetings today with a number of the contractors who have received or they've been given contracts by government, funding has been made available, and are not progressing or are not carrying out the project per the schedule as agreed with government. And so we'll return and get into all that for you here on the 3FM Sunrise. For now, though, DJ Phil is here, and he will quench the fire in terms of all of the matters that we've been talking about. But before I do that, perhaps a bit of messages from a number of you as well, who have been sharing thoughts with us in relation to this development. Pauline and Charlie says it's amazing what the report says. How can medical staff be so irresponsible? As a professional rules to patient care changed, she asks. Neglecting a patient with RTE, I don't quite understand what RTE is. Maybe Sixtus can help with what RTE means. Is something else. Aaron Baba Kokomisa says, good morning to you. The rising rate of youth unemployment in Ghana is deeply alarming and remains a matter of great concern. The situation is primarily driven by government consistent inability. Okay, so Aaron, we're not talking about unemployment today, even though it's a matter of great concern as well. Engineer Shama Ba also sends one in. Philip Abochi's message I'm going to read because it has to do with sea defense and the situation along the beaches in Kita. It says on the yesterday, that's 6th May. Yesterday was the 6th of May, right? Kita and its environs were hit by heavy rainfall and strong winds, prompting me as the Deputy Director of NADMO Kita to undertake an assessment tour of the affected areas. The situation is dire with severe flooding reported in individual homes due to the high volume of water that overwhelmed the drainage system. The PWD offices were also severely flooded with staff members desperately trying to remove the water. At the time of my visit, the affected individuals were seen moving their belongings to higher ground. With God, all things are possible, he adds. So, yes. A number of the messages not in relation. Someone is talking about hospitality and why rent advance we continue to pay in 2 years and all of that. Those are some of the concerns a number of you have been sharing on Facebook with us as well. We'll do sports, like I mentioned, and then we'll return with a bit more for you here on the 3FM Sunrise.
3FM Sunrise.
Hello, good morning and welcome to Sports here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Bill Ishen. We start off with some update from the senior men's national team where 23 players have been called up to the Black Stars by Carlos Queiroz ahead of Ghana's friendly tie against Mexico on May 22nd. 15 players were handed debut call-ups, while 6 local players have the opportunity to impress the Portuguese tactician. The following 3 sports reports has more.
So Carlos Queiroz, the head coach of the Black Stars, has named his 23-man squad for the international friendly against Mexico, scheduled for the 22nd of May 2026. Now, it's a curious one because it's a mixture of debutants, of local players, of somewhat under 23 players as well, and some returnees who are coming into the squad. Now, for the debutants, we have 14 of them being named for the squad, including the likes of Prince Amarku Jr. and Menudia, who features in the MLS with San Diego, and then also a curious one, Francis Amuzu. Back in 2022, he granted an interview to a Belgian station stating that he had calls to join the Black Stars, but he said no. But for recent times, he's been talking about featuring for the Black Stars at the World Cup and featuring for a country that his father was born in. So he's been given a chance to be part of this lineup. Now, for the local side, there's no Benjamin Asare because it sort of looks like he's touted as one of the key members of the team. And one key name is Salim Adams, who features for Mediama SC. Now, he scored a brace during that win over BBN Gold Stars over the weekend, and he's been touted as one of the best players on the local scene. With regards to the returnees, we have the likes of Majid Ashmeru, who's been struggling with injuries in the past. We have Razak Simpson coming back into the side as well. And there's Felix Afenejan, who is having a good season in Turkey as well. But with these 23-man squad, it sort of looks like a justified inclusion. It's one opportunity for them just before Carlos Queiroz names his final squad for the 2026 World Cup. And so a lot of eyes will be on them and how they perform against Mexico on the 22nd of May.
That was a report on the Black Stars squad. Let's do some local football. Brekum Chelsea boosted their survival hopes in the Ghana Premier League, securing a 2-1 home win against league leaders Mediama on match day 30. My colleague Mutala Yakubu was in Brekum and filed the following report.
Interesting scenes here at the Golden City Park as Brekum Chelsea came up against Mediama in match day 30 of the Ghana Premier League, one of the most anticipated games in this match week. It ended 2-1 in favour of Brekum Chelsea. Coming into the game, both teams had contrasting fortunes. For Mediama, they are playing for the title, and a win meant that they will still extend their lead at the top of the table. For Brekum Chelsea, it's all about survival. They needed the 3 points to pull away from the relegation zone. But the game started perfectly for Mediama when they scored through Kelvin Obimba. A few minutes after that, Seidu got the equalizer for Brekum Chelsea to make it 1-1, and they went into halftime. After the recess, it was Brekum Chelsea that stepped up the gear, with Jonah Atukwe, formerly of Legon Cities, getting the winner as the game eventually ended at 2-1. What this means is that Mediama's lead at the top of the Ghana Premier League table has been cut to 2 because Gold Stars were also in action against Samatex and won that game. So the title race is firmly back on with 3 games to end the season. But let me run you through the other results that we got from the other centers, because we had a lot of games that are being played today. We saw that game between Bechem United, and Dreams FC, and then 2-1 in favor of our Dreams FC. Then Heart of Oak also drawing goalless with Karela, with Sweden All Blacks getting a win against 11 Wonders. It means that All Blacks is also moving away from the relegation zone, and Vision also losing to Young Apostles by 3-1. There's been a change at the top of the table, not in terms of standings but in terms of points, because now Mediama are leading by 56 points, and Gold Stars, who won their game today, have cut that lead back to 2 points. So it means that Gold Stars currently have 54 points with that win. Interesting scenes in the Ghana Premier League. For the relegation battle, Brekum Chelsea have moved away from the relegation zone with the win here. All Blacks have also moved away from the relegation zone. So match day 32 promises to bring a lot of excitement. Mutala Yakubu at the Brekum Golden City Park for TV3.
That was a report by Mutala Yakubu. Now, Mediama SC head coach Ibrahim Tanko admitted that uncharacteristic errors from his players contributed to that 2-1 loss to Brekum Chelsea.
No, I think we made a lot of unusual mistakes, and in looking at the nature of the pitch, definitely the pitch did not help us. But nevertheless, I think I'll congratulate them, for winning. I said it always, it's going to be a pressure till the last day. So let's concentrate on the next game. No, we just only lost this game. I think last 5 minutes we just lost only this one. So we don't have to panic. We have to go and look at the video and then correct our mistake to face the next game.
That was Ibrahim Tanko, the head coach of Midday SC. Meanwhile, his opposite number, Samuel Boadu, head coach of Bicrom Chelsea, indicated that his side had to dig deep to secure that victory.
It was a very difficult game since, as you said, the Mediama was in the good shape. They are the league leaders, and we are struggling at the back there. So we decided not to lose this match at all costs. We have to win this match so that we can lift ourselves up. Yeah, we approach it at match after match. I know that with the next game, with the dreams, it won't be easy as well then. And we hope that with our boys, we have to correct one or two things so that when it comes to the Sunday, we need to win that match massively.
That was Samuel Boadu, the head coach of Bicrom Chelsea. Now, Ghana officially launched its Ghana House project for the Glasgow 2026 Commonwealth Games on Wednesday, May 6th, 2026 in Accra. The Ghana House will serve as the country's official hospitality, cultural and marketing hub in Scotland. It's designed to showcase Ghanaian fashion, food and trade opportunities while supporting athletes during the Games. Jan Pofuankra is the Director General of the NSA, and this is what he said after the launch.
I'm very excited. I think this is a dream team that will be managing the dream team. I'm saying that because we have a wealth of experience, from the chef de maison to the president of the GOC to Honorable Wayome. You saw the elites here, the sports minister giving his support as well. And just to tell you about the dream team that I'm talking about, the chef de maison is coming from a rich background of emerging sports to elite sports management. He recently handled the African Games, which was a huge success in terms of how the athletes were, prepared and how they delivered. So bringing that experience forward to the Commonwealth Games is consistency. We've also got the president of the GOC, who is himself an elite athlete, former elite athlete. So bringing all of that, sports administration, the marketing, the branding, selling Ghana beyond the field, the pools, the courts is very important. And for the first time, the Ghana House concept would ignite, the world. So this is very exciting for me, and I'm sure for everybody involved.
That was Jan Pofuankra, the Director General of the National Sports Authority. Now, in the Champions League, holders Paris Saint-Germain set up a final against Arsenal after a 1-1 second leg draw at Bayern Munich that secured a 6-5 aggregate victory on Wednesday. Now, PSG exploded on the counter less than 3 minutes in, and Ballon d'Or winner Ousmane Dembele put them ahead. Harry Kane leveled the scoreline just before the end of the game, but it wasn't enough for Bayern Munich, as Paris Saint-Germain will now be in the final for back-to-back seasons. Now, General Manager of MG Sports, Michael Otieje, has more.
So we have our 15 Champions League final, PSG versus Arsenal. And I think in many ways it's a final that will thrill football fans, a final that will have enough creativity, a final that hopefully will have enough goals and all that. I thought PSG, over 2 legs, they did just enough to beat Bayern Munich. That goal by Ousmane Dembele proving particularly useful for them. Bayern will have questions, of course, about the refereeing, even though those calls were close. And it was interesting that PSG, after their all-out attacking football in the first leg, decided that in the return leg they will be a bit more measured, they will be a bit more controlled. It was almost as if Luis Enrique decided this was a day to play on the counter. And it worked because they frustrated Bayern for much of the 90 minutes. They put a lot of men behind the ball. They decided to play on the break. They didn't allow Bayern with obvious chances. It doesn't matter that your goalkeeper had to pull off a lot of saves, but they restricted Bayern to long-range efforts and things. Vincent Kompany's team has come short, but this Bayern team does look good. And I think that ultimately they will find their rhythm. Arsenal versus PSG, it will be a fantastic game. The attacking quality in both teams is immense, but also is the defending capability. So that should be a game worth looking forward to. Bayern fall short, PSG through to the second successive Champions League final, on course for a second successive Champions League title. This is a team that couldn't do it with Neymar, Messi, and Mbappe, and a team that could be doing it for a second straight time. A big triumph for the competence and capacity of Coach Luis Enrique.
That was Michael Otieje. Bringing an end to sports here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Bill Lichelle. We'll see you same time tomorrow with more updates from the world of sports. But until then, have a great morning.
ultimate athletics showdown. The African Senior Athletics Championship is coming home. Let's go, baby! Live at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium, Legon. Watch Africa's finest take center stage from Kenya, Nigeria, Botswana, South Africa, Zambia, and many more elite athletes from across the continent. And flying the flag high for Ghana, Benjamin Azamati and Samino Abdul Rashid. This is speed. This is strength. This is African excellence on full display. Don't miss it. Be there live. Feel the energy. Feel the heat. Live at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium from May 12 to May 17, 2026. The 24th African Athletics Championship. Champions of Africa. One stage, one moment. Powered by the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, the Confederation of African Athletics, and Ghana Athletics. African Senior Athletics Championship. Feel the heat.
Don't miss it.
Just like that, a star is born.
Come, let's go to the market. We have to buy everything.
staying. Billy Shen, big thanks to him for helping us with sports.
Sunrise.
Now let me talk to you about Malta Guinness. Did you know that Malta Guinness is brewed from real malt barley and sorghum? Well, it is, and the sorghum is grown right here in Ghana. Malta Guinness is not just a soft drink, but a quality refreshment boosted with B vitamins. Charge forward towards your goals with each sip of its nourishing natural goodness. Now selling at a cool 12 cedis. Vim up your daily pursuit with the revitalizing taste of Malta Guinness packed with B vitamins. It's time to make that move. It's time for a cold Malta Guinness. Remember to always look out for the proudly made in Ghana symbol on every bottle or can of Malta Guinness. Malta Guinness, we move. And a bit more as to why you should be getting Malta Guinness in your daily pursuits, because by choosing made in Ghana, you're protecting local business, you're creating and saving jobs, supporting Ghanaian industry, boosting economic growth, showing national pride. And you can contact production source if need be, because Malta Guinness is made in Ghana by Ghanaians for Ghanaians. It's lower in sugar and brewed for the Ghanaian taste buds. It has a proudly made in Ghana symbol on the pack and has a premium badge as well on the label. So be on the lookout and get that which is made here in Ghana. Now, if you're going to Pram Pram, you belong to First HR Hotel, because we focus on three things: peace, people, and quality. It's a serene escape with legendary service and world-class comfort. We are not just a hotel, we are your home for tranquility. Call us on 0503 359 598 or 0303 989 737. Now, people should book First HR Heights as well, because we don't just provide a room, we provide a reset. Our guests tell us they feel an immediate sense of peace the moment they walk in. A rare kind of assurance that lets the tensions just melt away. If you're looking for a sanctuary where the staff genuinely respects your peace and treats you like family, well, your first and only choice. We're also located in town, just about 25 minutes drive to the Accra Business Center. Call us 025-606-0665 or 025-607-0666. Also, the 24th African Athletics Championship is coming off this May. From the 12th to the 17th of this month, the University of Ghana Sports Complex Legon will become the battleground where Africa's finest champions go head-to-head in a thrilling track and field competition. Watch global stars like Beatrice Chebet, Faith Kipionjin, Toby Amerson, and a whole lot more alongside our own stars: Benjamin Azamati, Abdul Rashid Saminu. This is speed, this is power, this is pride, and this is Africa competing at its highest level. The 24th Senior African Athletics Championship is powered by the Ministry of Sport and Recreation, the Confederation of African Athletics, and the Ghana Athletics Association. Be there, feel it live, witness history, and feel the heat.
3FM Sunrise.
For you this morning, and as part of the many things we're doing, we're putting Ghana's oil sector, particularly the upstream as well, in sharp focus. We have our friends from the Public Interest and Accountability Committee joining us in studio this morning. Amidst all of the recent energy situation, the Minister provided some brief detail as to development within the country's upstream sector. That will also come up sharply for conversation as to whether or not that begins to bring a bit more in terms of confidence in what has been consistent declines in terms of production as well as revenue. But right now, let's get into the big conversations.
The best in the morning is on 92.7 Sunrise on 3FM.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise. The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Isaac Jamina Esquire is the Executive Secretary of PIAC, is joining us in studio this morning for a conversation in relation to not just the 2025 report, but activities as well in relation to the country's upstream petroleum sector. Mr. Jamina, I appreciate you for joining us in studio. Good morning to you.
Good morning and very good morning to your cherished listeners.
How is PIAC and the work, the very important work that you do at PIAC as well, in terms of monitoring and ensuring that revenue and all other things go on well?
Well, once again, good morning to your good self and good morning to your cherished listeners and viewers. The Public Interest and Accountability Committee is doing well. It's been focused on its mandate as provided for in Section 52 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, which mandate requires a committee to, one, monitor and evaluate compliance with provisions of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, create a platform for citizens to debate the spending, whether the spending aligns with development priorities, and third, conduct independent assessments of the management, use and investments of the funds. And this is what the committee has been busily doing. The committee is required by the Act in Section 56 to publish 2 reports every year, a semi-annual report covering January to June to be published by the 15th of September, and then an annual report covering the entire year to be published by the 15th of March in the ensuing year. I think it's been about a month since the committee published the 2025 annual report. And keeping with its mandate, the committee has been out informing the public of activities in the upstream petroleum sector as contained in the report, and empowering citizens to demand accountability from duty bearers as provided for in the Act.
And it's important to mention the 2025 report as well, because it's drawn eyebrows, it's rather raised eyebrows following the report, which detailed that, look, there's been a consistent decline of some sort in terms of output, which has had a direct bearing as well on revenue. Just give us a brief overview of what it is that we've seen from that 2025 report, which has now become a subject area of concern before we even delve into the sector proper and where we should be going and the critical and important questions that need asking.
All right. Thank you. So we know that crude oil is produced in Ghana. The production started on the 15th of December 2010 on the one field that was then in production, the Jubilee field. In 2016, the second producing field was added, the Treneboa Enyira and Tome field. And then in 2017, the third producing field was added, the Sankofa Jinyame field. So these three fields have been producing since 2010. When I say we, I mean Ghana has been producing both crude oil and raw gas. And the main of the three fields that's doing best in terms of the production of crude oil is the Jubilee field, and then the best in terms of the production of raw gas is the Sankofa Jinyame field. In 2019, the country recorded its highest production of 71.4 million barrels from the three fields, and since then we have been on a decline in terms of production. From 71 million barrels, we declined to 66 million barrels in 2020, and the explanation we all had was that 2020 was a special year, COVID year, which affected all economic activities. So the expectation was that we're going to rise again from 66. From 66, we came to 55, and then to 51, to 48, and then to 37, and then what we recorded in 2025, which is 37.3 million barrels. And this is of concern because the revenues from the upstream petroleum activities constitute a very important part of government source of revenue for development in the country. And when you see production going down, then there is need to pay attention. The reason is that revenue is a function of two factors, production and price. And of the two factors, the one you have control over is production. Price depends on world
market prices,
market
and prevailing
geopolitics,
circumstances.
exactly, as we have currently. The country has very little control over that. So what you really have control over is production. And when the one you have control over seems to be slipping through your fingers, then there's need to sit up again, go back and look at the factors contributing to the decline and work to address these underlying factors to bring back the production again. And it's of concern because when you break down the total figure of 37.3 million barrels into the three producing fields, you're looking, it's not average, it's not even. Jubilee field started from 2010, as I said. So if you give it an average life of about 30 years, which is the average life of
a well, not a well, but a producing field.
Okay.
Then, if you started from 2010 and you are looking at 2025, that's about 15 years. Then, relatively, you are in the more like you are in the middle of the life of Jubilee. But even the performance of Jubilee, as we have it now, is a result of two major investments that have been made. The Greater Jubilee Development that was done, and then recently, that's about 3 years ago or so, Jubilee Southeast came on stream, which two factors have contributed to the improvement in the performance.
Otherwise, it could have declined
been worse
even
than now. Then, when you look at the 10 field, the 10 field came on stream in 2016, and we started out with a production of about 40,000 barrels per day. The expectation was that we were going to go up and do better and do better. But currently, we are around 16,000 barrels per day, which is a significant drop from where we started off. And that 10 field is at the core of the decline in production. The geology of the field has made it very difficult for production to grow, and we see the production on that field in particular declining, which is what contributes to the total decline. Then when you come to the Sankofa Jinyame field, it's primarily a gas field, so it gives you more gas than crude oil. So what you would expect from there is to take advantage of the benefits of raw gas, as to be processed into the various derivatives and other things, so that you get there. Then the crude oil that comes with the production of the raw gas. So this breakdown gives a kind of explanation to the decline we are currently experiencing, and PIAC, based on this finding, makes a recommendation that government, together with its partner, the Petroleum Commission, Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, should devise strategies, workable strategies over time to address the decline and then bring the numbers back up again for the benefit of the citizens.
I've heard you explain why we've seen the decline, but I want to contextualize this in the minds of persons who are listening to us in terms of the decline that we've seen and why this conversation is important. And so I have before me as well the report and the details from it. Now, comparing 2024 and 2025 in terms of oil receipts and the amount of money which should have been coming in, we've seen a decline of about $770 million US dollars. That is the 43% plus, right? 43.27% in terms of a decline in possible revenue, which could have been available to the government to undertake developmental projects and what have you. They had also made the argument that this has been the instance of decisions and actions, a lack of investment and what have you within the sector. That is not within your domain. But for persons who are listening, one of the reasons why we're having this all-important conversation is money is worth $770 million, which could have come in for national development. We've lost because production has declined. That's why this conversation is important and why Mr. Dramina is in studio with us. And so I've heard you on the recommendations. In terms of the actions we've seen, and I'll go a bit more specific because we heard the minister make certain pronouncements during the government accountability series, because a direct question was asked as to the upstream petroleum sector. It's not the first time that a comment like that has been made. In terms of the direction in which, if I can say, was announced, does that begin to engender a bit of confidence that we can see this continuous decline turning around?
Well, thank you. So once again, as you made reference to revenues, for the average Ghanaian, if
we were producing so many barrels of crude oil and the production declined. So what has that to do with me? I mean, it is not my bread and butter.
Absolutely.
It's not my cocoa and kose matter. But you relate it to the Ghanaian, which makes the conversation of interest to the average Ghanaian. So for the year 2024, the nation made approximately $4 billion US from upstream petroleum operations. And this amount is what declined to $770 million US 2025. So that is about half. And the reasons are partly production and then partly price. As I said in my earlier explanation, revenue is a function of production and price. The price we had in 2024 was better than the price we had in 2025, which is what contributed to a decline in the revenue that came to government. And by the Petroleum Revenue Management, and I'm sure that we'll go into the details later, the revenues are to be used for specific development purposes. Yeah. And the government currently has chosen to use the petroleum revenue to support the infrastructure development. More specifically in government's language, the Big Push program is to be funded partly from petroleum revenue. And more specifically, the government plans to use the petroleum revenue to fund the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. So if 1.4 billion as realized in 2024 was going to be available to government for 2025, can you imagine how much of the total cost of the project would have been covered by petroleum revenue alone? Then you come to the other revenue sources that government is seeking to complement the project with. So, as you said, it really diminishes the funding for the project, and it becomes a matter of concern to every Ghanaian who is looking forward to seeing the petroleum revenues put to development use for projects to benefit them. Relating to steps that government has taken since it came into office, and it's particularly because the report covers January to December 2025. Yes, with regards to this industry, turnaround time is a bit slow. When you take actions today or you don't take actions today, you may not feel the impact immediately. The outcomes may not show up immediately. But then in the next 3 to 5 years, 2 years, 4 years, you will begin to see the actions and inactions in previous years that will begin to play out now. We make reference to the arbitration matter that ENI took Ghana to, relating to the unitization of the Springfield issue, and you see that Ghana lost, and it is not just about that case. It is about the signal it sends to investors who are considering to come and invest in our shores. And if such signals are sent out, then it discourages investors. On one hand, government is making efforts, spending taxpayers' money to go for international conferences, what we call road shows, just to market the potential of the country to investors. But then on another hand, government is taking actions or inactions that seem to negate the very things that government is doing to promote investment. So it is good that the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition has taken some very good initial steps. It's brought the parties to a discussion table. ENI, whose chief executive was almost relocating to La Côte d'Ivoire, has now come back. They are taking some steps regarding the Sankofa Nyame fields to invest further. The Jubilee field is also, the government met the partners, and there seems to be some energy being injected into it. Some of the issues that the minister raised in his recent address
to the press will be covered in the 2026 semi-annual report.
Right.
But at least as far as the 2025 annual report is concerned, PIAC has information relating to some positive initial steps that government and the ministry, for that matter, has taken, which are worth commending. And the expectation is that if we continue in that line, then we will see investors beginning to come. In fact, PIAC met the president in July 2025, and the president gave indications of some of the investors that government had engaged,
right,
that we are expecting in our shores once again to carry out exploratory activities. Hopefully these will lead to a find, and the field will be developed and brought on stream to add to the production number. So for now, and as far as the 2025 PIAC annual report is concerned, yes, government has taken some positive steps. We encourage government to continue in the same line, and we want to see more of these activities so that there will be more investments in our basins, because we are already being hounded by the energy transition drive, and investment is gradually being diverted from hydrocarbons to invest in green energy. And when you have investments being driven away from hydrocarbon fossil fuels, then there's need to bring as much investment now than later, because later then you would have to fall on your own resources. And to think that if government came to Ghanaians one day to tell them that we invested, let's say, $80 million in sinking a well, and when we sank the well, we did not make a find, so the entire $80 million has gone to waste. How will Ghanaians receive this news? I mean, we will describe it in all kinds of funny ways. The way we sometimes take, exactly. Well, we could have used this to build classrooms, to remove schools under trees, to do this, that. So governments the world over are reluctant to take the first step to commit so much funds. But then when the investor does it, then government incentivizes the investor, and then we can get more results for the benefit of our country.
Right, we're doing 14 minutes to the top of the hour. We're in studio with the Executive Secretary of the Public Interest and Accountability Committee, PIAC, Isaac Jamina Esquire. We're talking their 2025 report, petroleum revenue, and what it means for you and I who is listening, and more often than not feels very distant from what is described as technical conversations in relation to matters of the petroleum sector. Today we want to help you appreciate and understand why this should be of concern to you. Mr. Jamina, we'll move to the amendment of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, because like you mentioned, since our discovery of oil, we've been very direct or very specific in allocating portions of it to fund national budgets. Some will go, a part of it will go into Heritage Fund and some other funds, Heritage Fund for the future, and some other, I think the Stabilization Fund as well, for some other matters. A chunk of it has gone to supporting budgetary spending and all of that. We've seen different amendments from different governments per what it is that they want to do. This administration has sought to do same. They haven't done differently in amending the act and channeling all of it into infrastructure, and dare I say the big push. Help us appreciate why on paper this may look good, but underneath citizens may not be benefiting exactly from what the framers of this legislation from the onset intended.
All right, thank you. So Ghana had been producing gold and other minerals for decades, in fact into a century. And when Ghana discovered oil, the conversation across the length and breadth of the country was that the revenues expected from upstream petroleum operations should not be treated the same way as gold revenue or mineral revenues.
which discussions led to the the enactment of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. Now, the act, because petroleum is a finite resource, exhausted after some years, countries the world over have been very deliberate and targeted about how to use the revenues to develop other sectors of the economy, such that the country's dependence on revenues from the upstream petroleum operations reduces over time and then falls on the growth pillars that the revenues are used to develop. So this is the thinking, this is the philosophy behind the sections 18 and 21 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, which determine how the revenues should be used.
Right.
So the Act provides that when the revenues come, they should all first go into the Petroleum Holding Fund. This is to help with tracking and accountability, so we can know that over this period, this is how much came in, this is how much has been used, and all that. Now, when the revenues go in, the Act provides that not more than 55% of one of the revenue streams, called the carried and participating interest, is to be paid to the National Oil Company, which is GNPC. Over the period, so every 3 years, government determines the percentage. Act says no more than 55, and that can be any number less than 55. So it used to be 40%, Parliament approved a 30%, and currently it's at 15%. So when GNPC is taken care of, the rest of the revenue now constitutes a new 100%, which the Act says not more than 70% of that is to be used to support the national budget. That is what is called the annual budget funding amount, which you referred to. Now, the 30% remaining, 70% of the 30, which is 21%, is to be saved in the Ghana Stabilization Fund. And then the remaining 30% of the 30%, which is actually 9%, is to be saved in the Ghana Heritage Fund, which is the Future Generations Fund. So since 2011, when the funds began coming in, the Act provided a list of 12 priority areas that the Minister for Finance is required to select not more than 4 from over a 3-year period for Parliament to approve. Then the petroleum revenue will be spent accordingly. So from 2011 to 2013, we had the government of the day select amortization of loans, agric mechanization, road and rail, road and other infrastructure, then capacity building. So those were the 4 priority areas that the government selected. The government repeated those priority areas from the period 2014 to 2016. We are talking about 3 year. So it is not necessarily new government select new priority areas.
Right.
The Act sought to depart from the 4-year political cycle so that the usage of the revenues will not be political, will transcend our political system.
Right.
So for the year 2017 to 2019, the government of the day selected agric, health, education, and then road, rail, and other critical infrastructure as the 4 areas for the utilization. Then for the period 2020 to 2022, the government merged health and education, and then introduced industrialization. So we had industrialization, education and health, road, rail, and other infrastructure, and then the 4th. Now, for the period 2023 to 2025, government, so 23, 24, the expenditures were the same. So when the new government came, it decided to use the revenue only for infrastructure. And so it didn't have to amend the Act, but it did. It amended the Act to take away all the other priority areas. So in the Act currently, the only priority area in the Act is infrastructure. So it means petroleum revenue cannot be used for any other purpose apart from infrastructure development. That is the current position of the law. And under that, government has chosen to use the revenue to support the big push. and more specifically, road infrastructure. And the project we are talking about here is the expressway from Accra to Kumasi. Now, for PIAC, this is positive. This is positive because we will now not spread the revenue over so many projects.
To be so thin.
Exactly, which is one of the issues PIAC had identified since 2011 through to 2024. We had raised this in, our reports. So the current regime, the current arrangement deals with that issue. And the expectation is that we will use the revenues from start to finish and be able to say that this project received petroleum revenue funding from its start to its completion. PIAC would have loved for it to be exclusive so that there will be no other funding. So that when we say we use the project, for example, to buy a bottle of water, then it is entirely petroleum revenue. Then we'll brand it and say this project is petroleum revenue funded, so that when citizens see it, they are reminded
Tangibles.
that exactly this is the benefit we received from petroleum revenue. But government is not doing that. PIAC met the Minister for Finance, and he said that he would rather use petroleum revenue as part of the funding for the expressway, using mineral revenue and other government sources. Well, you can't get everything, so PIAC will stop at that. But one aspect of the amendment that PIAC raised concern with was, one, the lack of consultation. PIAC, central as it is in its mandate relating to petroleum revenue funding, was not consulted. And PIAC thought that subsequent opportunities to amend the act should do better than what happened in 2025. We can move on. But one critical thing is that previously, the act required the spending of the revenues to be aligned with a long-term national development plan approved by Parliament. That piece, that phrase in the provision has now been amended out. So now there is no requirement for the spending to be aligned with a long-term national development plan approved by Parliament. PIAC thinks that this could have been better done, so that we go beyond the political cycle and have the spending aligned with long-term vision and not medium-term. So that even though it's long-term, you'll be implementing it over medium. But then the medium should have a long-term focus, should have a long-term perspective. And it is pathetic to see that since 2011, when this act was enacted, the country does not have a long-term national development plan approved by Parliament to guide the utilization of petroleum revenue. And PIAC recommends that the country should, as a matter of urgency and as a matter of importance, develop a long-term national development plan approved by Parliament to guide not only petroleum revenue but all other resources, so that our development is targeted at something. Ghana will be 70 in 2057, right?
Yes, 2020. I think that's next year. Next year we're
Yes,
70. Next year,
exactly. How beautiful it would have been for us as a nation to look back 70 years, or we have used petroleum revenue, which is to do, we can point these things out, or we set out to do A, B, C, D over this period, and this is how far we have gone implementing it. Let's say development, we have reached 30% of this, 30% of that, 50. It becomes easier to track development, and you have the future in focus. So, the amendment for PIAC is positive as far as it relates to dealing with the thin spread and spending it over small projects that can't easily be tracked and all that. PIAC commends government for that. But then we should
the
long-term
national
development plan should be looked at, and then the next window of amendment of the act should have more broad-based stakeholder consultation to have inputs. And it is not just for the aesthetic of consultation. There was already an amendment process in place which included stakeholders.
Right.
And because we didn't use that, we just deprived ourselves of the benefit we could have had from
the inputs that we could have made.
Exactly.
Could have made
You've really helped me drive home the point.
Right. So I hear you on that aspect, and it's important you make that you put that point across very well as well, in terms of how we've run our petroleum revenue very thin, and next year, unfortunately, when we're 70, we will not have a project fixed where we say petroleum revenue has funded it all. I know for you at PIAC, you do a lot of monitoring,
yes,
as well of a number of these projects. Help us appreciate the levels in terms of abandonment that we're seeing as we speak now, because now we know what this government's agenda is. It's big push infrastructure, and yet there are other projects kick-started with petroleum funding which now will be left to hang.
Thank you. So yes, the committee monitors petroleum revenue projects, and I think just about 2 weeks ago I was in the team that went to the Savannah region to monitor some projects. There was another team in the Bunu East region to monitor some projects. In next 3 weeks we'll be out again on the field to monitor projects in the Volta region, the Uti region, and then part of the Afram Plains. So the committee is on there. But coming back to the point you're making, yes, PIAC is all in support of the infrastructure development that government is using petroleum revenue to do. And we look forward to monitoring these projects. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway, we look forward to receiving the necessary information from government to be able to carry out the physical monitoring. But coming to the point, the question you asked, across you see too many projects, and one critical project national that has received petroleum revenue funding is the Atuabo gas processing plant. We took a loan from the Chinese government to build it, and then the priority area called amortization of loans received about 850 million Ghana cedis of petroleum revenue, which went to repay the loan. So we can say that the Atuabo gas processing plant,
a chunk of
is
petroleum revenue.
Exactly, it's a classic example of a project that has received petroleum revenue funding. When you look at the Kotoka, previously called Kotoka, now currently Accra International Airport, yes, the project costs about $350 million. Petroleum revenue is about $30 million, $35 million. And so we can say that petroleum revenue is about 10%. And in the 2025 report that we are discussing, PIAC reports that of the 30 million invested, the country has made returns of about $17.5 million.
More than
30
half.
million. Yes, more than half. And it's for the period 2016-17 to 2025. So can you imagine if we had invested about $100 million of petroleum revenue into the airport project? Can you see how many times over, I mean, the returns would have been? And these are very good projects that PIAC thinks petroleum revenue should be invested in. Commercial infrastructure that will bring returns, so that it is not just there for infrastructure's sake, but that it will pay for itself. The Minister of Finance has indicated to PIAC that the Accra-Kumasi Express will be tolled. And so the expectation is that it will not just be a petroleum revenue funded project, but that the
revenue
that
from
will be
the
accrued
tolls
will be the returns on the investment that will be made. This is brilliant, and the committee commends the minister for that. But as you said, there are other ABF or petroleum revenue funded projects that have been left uncontinued. One good example is the Agenda 111 projects, and PIAC speaks as a citizen-led body with no political
biases
leaning.
at all.
Exactly. So petroleum revenue up to 2.6 billion Ghana cedis was spent on the Agenda 111 project, and I was part of a team that inspected the one in Nengo Pram Pram. Other PIAC team members have inspected different ones. In fact, when we go to the field in 3 weeks, we'll inspect some. And
these are projects that have gone very far, and the thinking and the recommendation in the PIAC semi-annual report 2025 was that the harm has already been done, if it is actually a harm. Petroleum revenue has already been sunk. So let's complete it. Some of them have reached 80%, 90% rate of completion. If we require petroleum revenue, and since government has decided to invest in infrastructure, then let's use part of the infrastructure petroleum revenue to complete these so that they will be of benefit to citizens. So to the extent that some of those projects will not be continued and completed, PIAC thinks that government may have to take another look. Beautifully and fortunately, it is still under infrastructure. So it is not out of place for government to allocate some petroleum revenue to complete some of those very big projects and make them complete for the benefit of citizens.
Would you at PIAC recommend additional legislation? I say additional advisedly, which will tie the hands of our governments to strictly complete projects started and left abandoned, considering the fact that your monitorings reveal a plethora of these. Agenda 111 aside, there are other projects which have not been completed, and the concern is if we leave it to only the politicians, a future government from any other party will come with a completely different idea as to how petroleum revenue should be expended, and then we will have dotted projects across the country and none completed.
Beautiful. And this is at the base. This underpins the recommendation PIAC made relating to the long-term National Development Plan approved by Parliament. So this will transcend the political systems so that development is more long-term than the short, medium term as it is. Yes. So in order for another government not to come and say, this is not my priority, and let's trust and hope that the expressway will be completed by 2028,
which is the completion date that's been provided.
Yes, we may even have the same party in government, but then the president of the day may decide to have another priority. And if we do not complete this project, and another government comes and says it is not my priority, I am using it for something else, then what do? We will have sunk so much into the projects already. So it is the reason PIAC recommends that not only Agenda 111, many others, even the regular Accra-Kumasi road, which is now so bad, has received petroleum revenue funding. I mean, from the period 2014 through to 2016,
some petroleum funding went
more
into
than 100 million Ghana cedis of petroleum revenue. Or ABF, it was invested in so many chips compound, road projects, classroom blocks, so many of them. And when, in fact, last 2 years, was it last 2 years? Yes. We inspected some chips compound in Brema Sikuma. We got lost because the structure abandoned is in a bush.
And that is petroleum funding?
Yes, petroleum
not
funded.
completed?
Not completed. We had to weed our way to the project because it had been covered with weeds.
Has it been completed now, or it's still?
No, it's been abandoned. I don't think we've gone back. We've not gone back. So I mean, this is our predicament, and these are the reasons for which PIAC is seeking to get the support of citizens, that we demand accountability from duty bearers to use the revenues in a particular way so that the benefits will be long lasting. See United Arab Emirates. Now they've so developed their tourism sector using their petroleum revenue, so much so that now tourism brings more to the country than petroleum revenue does.
Which was the base upon which they built tourism.
So Ghana should also use its petroleum revenues to do something like that. If we are even using it to just develop agric, for example, I'm just citing an example, we could use that to build, big farms, and let's say that would be the base of industrialization, so that when we have we have grown enough to feed, then what remains will be used for industrialization. We export. I mean, it opens the country up, and not only agric, but any other areas. The government decides to remove schools under trees, so using that for education, for instance, it becomes something landmark, and we can make reference to it very easily. So these are the areas of utilization that PIAC draws attention to as it publishes these statutory reports.
Right. We'll be wrapping up pretty shortly, but there are 2 pointer areas I'll go back to some of the revenue we've accrued from our investments from the airport's infrastructure, for instance, and ask how more we can do that. But on abandoned projects, is there a way citizens can help? I ask this question in a published list of petroleum revenue funded projects from across the country for us as citizens to monitor and return to duty bearers and ask questions. Because you mentioned Sukuma, is it?
Yes, Bremer Sukuma.
Bremer Sukuma.
Yes.
I don't know the place, but I'm sure citizens there will know about it and will want to see that completed, because it will attend to the primary health care which this administration has launched, where they say all individuals can now have access to primary health care. At least you check your BP and all of that. If that facility is completed, they can get access to primary health care there.
Absolutely.
So is there a database from which we can go to find the project? And if I live at, say, I'm from Hokwe and I'm in Hokwe, I can find the project and begin to ask questions as to why this continues to be left unattended to.
Yes. So each of the reports of PIAC has in its appendixes details of all the projects, and the Ministry of Finance makes these the list available to PIAC, and you will see a link, and when you click on it, you will see the projects listed. And so you can go to our website www.piacghana.org, and we have all the reports there. 2025, 24, the semi-annual reports are all there, and we have all the projects. So maybe it could be something that 3FM could initiate, because the projects usually are not branded. Citizens do not know that this project is petroleum revenue funded. It is usually when we visit, and even assemblies, district assemblies and even regional coordinating councils do not know that these projects are petroleum revenue funded. So when they go there, they will see the projects, and then they can begin looking for the projects, and then maybe get in touch with 3FM. Oh, in my district, I have found this project which is on the PIAC website as petroleum revenue funded, and it was not completed. It's this, that. Then, I mean,
because at this rate, a number of the projects could even get lost. And nobody will find them. If you had to weed your way to a health facility, I wonder which other ones persons have forgotten about and have been left abandoned, which will not be able to find. Back to what we've seen investment from petroleum funding do at the airport. How do we continue a replication of that? Through what means? On the new project with this government, the expressway, we're expecting tolling. Is there a specific platform through which investment should be channeled for such infrastructure projects so that we can see a return? So it has to be left to the finance ministry to as and when pick and choose.
Okay. So it is interesting to note that this investment we are talking about, the investment in the Accra
Kumasi Expressway.
No, the airports project was made by the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund.
GIF.
Yes, GIF made that investment in 2016-17. This was when the investment was made. At that point, there was a provision in the Petroleum Revenue Management Act requiring a certain percentage of the petroleum revenue to be given to GIF for infrastructure development. The amendment that took place last year has taken out GIF. And PIAC makes a recommendation that based on the returns
we are seeing from the Accra International Airport,
GIF should be brought back, and they should be allotted petroleum revenue so that they make commercial investments. specifically, not like hospital investment, which is more like a social project, but commercial investments that will bring returns to the country, we can track. So we are using the airport project as a case to ask for a restoration of gift to the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, and then a certain percentage of the revenue be given to give to invest in commercial projects. I hear the government seeking to expand the airport. I think new sites are being built.
A connection to they're seeking to create a connection terminal 2 and 3 and expand the airport.
This is a beautiful investment opportunity that if GIF had been giving petroleum revenue, they could have invested in it just as they did in the
Terminal 3.
Exactly. And then sooner than later, we'll begin reckoning the returns that investment would have brought us. So PIAC recommends in its 2025 semi-annual report, and even in the 2025 annual report, that the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund should be restored to the Act, and a certain percentage of petroleum revenue should be allocated to it to invest in commercial infrastructure that will bring returns to the country over a period of time.
Right. In wrapping up, based on what we've seen in the 2025 report and the conversations you at PIAC have had with the Finance Ministry, the President, in terms of our general outlook, is there hope? I ask this very strategically because of a 6-year decline, the need for fresh investment and all of that within the sector, because even all of these projects we're talking about, there has to be production, which will guarantee revenue to start off with. Then we can ask strict questions as to where revenue is going as well. Is there hope from the side of PIAC as a key independent monitoring organization that things could turn out for good? Possibly at the end of this year report, we could have stopped the decline, perhaps.
Yes, I will say yes. As I said earlier, some of the developments that we are seeing in 2026 will be featured in the 2026 semi-annual report of the committee. So the committee will report on these developments for the information of citizens. But based on the actions that government began taking as reported in the 2025 annual report, there are positive signals, there are positive signs that if government continues in the same trajectory, then we can begin seeing, first we would see a slowdown in the amount of decline. You may not begin seeing the numbers going up all of a sudden. Probably instead of seeing the decline at, let's say, 50,000 barrels or something, now it will reduce to, let's say, 20,000, then 10,000, and then you will begin seeing the numbers going up again. We'll also expect that new fields will be added. In fact, there are some discoveries that are yet to be developed to be added. The Pecan field is one, and then the Springfield discovery. The Ministry of Energy was making efforts at government even buying the field from Springfield entirely for it to become government's field for it to be worked on. Then GMPC is also working on the Voltairean Basin, which is onshore, and the expectation is that the work being done will lead us to make a discovery on land. And usually the investment in on land operations is much less compared to the risk is lower and the investment is lower. So you should get, in fact, more Ghanaians going into it to boost production for the effect of the industry to be felt even the more in the economy, rather than the current situation where you have Tullow, which is a foreign company, ENI a foreign company, Cosmos a foreign company, Vitol so these companies make so much and then they take the returns from their investments out of Ghana.
Right. Mr. Jomina, I must say I've thoroughly enjoyed our conversation, and for our listeners as well, I hope we've been able to paint a picture for them as to why they cannot sit aloof in terms of conversations in relation to oil. It's not a technical conversation that is far away from them. It directly feeds and connects to them as citizens of the Republic, and it is important that they take active interest in what happens to petroleum revenue as well. Any last words as we wrap up this morning?
Yes. So, I mean, your remarks would just have been my closing remarks. So, petroleum revenue and petroleum, the resource belongs to the people of Ghana, and it is for their benefit they are exploited, developed, and produced, sold on the world market, and the revenues realized and utilized in Ghana. So they should take particular interest in it, and to the extent that PIAC is mandated by law to monitor its usage and its investment, PIAC is for the people of Ghana.
Right.
It is not necessarily a government agency in the sense. It is a citizen-led body that is for the people of Ghana, and so they should draw near. On our website, we have the various social media handles: Facebook, Instagram, X, and even our WhatsApp number on the website to enable citizens to reach out and ask any questions they may have. We are ready. We are there to serve the public. We will provide answers. And if they have any more questions, we are ready to provide the answers for them.
Absolutely. That's Isaac Jamina, Esquire. He is the Executive Secretary of the Public Interest and Accountability Committee. Jessica is in the studio, but she doesn't do a lot of talking, and so she's hiding somewhere. But we deeply appreciate providing moral support indeed. We deeply appreciate you joining us in the studio, and we look forward to having more of such conversations consistently, playing at the back of the minds of citizens as well as to why all of this is important. We all must play the monitoring role to ensure that we get enough from what God has blessed us with so that we can see the tangibles. So, Mr. Jamina, one more time, thank you very much for joining us in studio.
Thank you very, very much, and thank you to your cherished listeners for listening and taking particular interest in this conversation.
I appreciate it. When they drill the oil and resell it, they are specific to annual budget funding accounts.
92.7. In 2025, nearly half of that was struck away, albeit there is a price factor as well, because when price come down on the world markets, that will mean you don't get a lot of revenue. But our production has also declined, which is why we saw almost half of the amount to receive wiped away. Imagine what $700 million plus possibly can do. Right? So if 2024 we made 1.4 billion and we ramped up production and we went higher and higher, and this is 2024 even when production was declining, we made $1.4 billion. How much did we go to the IMF for again? 3 billion. 3 billion US dollars. So sometimes a lot of the things we talk about are in and around us. It's all about tightening loose ends and all of that. So that's why the conversation is important. We'll go for another break. When we return, that big push conversation, we'll get on the phone lines and speak to the Deputy Minister and get a sense as to what's been happening and get a bit more in terms of details. This is the 3FM Sunrise. Stay with us. We're back with a truckload more for you here on the show.
When malaria strikes your home,
And we're getting into the other parts of the conversations for you this morning. In relation to Big Push and the related projects. Yesterday, if you were part of the conversation, we were tracking intently government-related projects and matters in relation to the Big Push and what should have been done, what could have been done, and project timelines. Right? We'll get onto the phone lines and speak to the Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways, who is also the Member of Parliament for Tamale Central. Is it Tamale Central? I have to check that to be sure. Tamale North, right? Tamale North. Yes, it's Tamale North. To join us on the phone lines as well, because he was a part of that tour, which inspected a number of the projects, and the minister was quite livid, very livid, at some point in time, as to the developments there. So we will connect and then we'll clarify on those issues for you as well here on the show.
Western North. You didn't even turn up on the site. You did not turn up on the site when you took mobilization on that one as well. The equipment, if I didn't even have a side cam, when we were going the track, you would do something like this. The track carrying your, how do you call it? Grader, even got on the way. They didn't even get to the site. Go and see the people with the condition in which the people are in that section. Enchi, how do you call it? Enchi, Kojo. Why? It's not right. We are not unhappy for nothing's sake. We should be celebrating the big push have been built around the Ghanaian contractor. Deliberately. You have capacity. You are not a company registered yesterday or have got 1 staff or 4 staff or anything. You are a big company. But your business is not showing in the actual delivery of the projects. And we need to say this in the afternoon for everybody to hear. You must change the way you operate your things. At the moment, it's not helpful. It's not helpful to the country. Why should the president suffer abuse on this corridor because he's giving you work and you are not doing the work? Do you read social media? Do you see TikTok? Do you see the kind of thing they say about that? What wrong have we done? Because we gave you job, you don't do the work. So we suffer abuse for that. This job, you know how many people are looking for this job? 5,000 people are applying to do the big push. You've got one of the biggest sections, almost 100 kilometers. More than 100 kilometers. You are sitting on the job. Well, we have said what we have to say. You have 2 months, 20%, or we are not even coming to talk to you, we'll terminate and you can go to court. You take job, you keep it. You are looking for new ones. And guess what? It is not only here you are not working. Majority of your portfolio, you are simply not working as expected. And someone is going to tell you the truth. It's not right. No, you shouldn't have started now. You should have started last year. So what do you mean by the 24 months? You see, almost all your projects, you have failed to deliver on time. So when you say that the 24 months, you wait when the 24 months due, then we can determine whether you are not. Because even on Feeder Road project, you are not delivering on time. Little Feeder Road, you are sitting in abeyance. No, I'm feeling.
I want to assure you that this corridor will be delivered on time. Take my word.
Listen. I even hear this from the owner of your company on smaller projects. And that was still not done. 10 kilometers of Feeder Road, you still are not able. I'll finish by December. December is 5 months away. You still didn't finish on those projects. Somebody's going to tell you what you are doing is not right. You draw down perhaps one of the largest. Your company is one of the largest drawdown on government pest on road. When was the last time you finished any project? Tell me the last time you finished any project that you have been given in the last 5 years. No. Minister, let me hear you. This place was cleared in April. This cannot be April. Director, step back. Don't step back. This cannot be. Nobody's blind. This cannot be April clearing. I am asking you when was this cleared? You said in April. Now you are saying that you did one and you are doing another one today.
Now on our way, he was even scandalized. We're scandalized when we're told that we're actually now coming to hand over the site contractor. Just an indication that no work has been happening at all. And yet these contractors, many of them have received mobilization. In fact, the information we have is that on this particular project alone, about 66 million Ghana have been paid.
As mobilization? Yes. 66 million.
It's acceptable for us to come and see the level of work where it's far. So please.
Clearing for 5 months.
So by their program, every month we are supposed to achieve 3%
from May. So what happened to the December last year?
by their program. The program is said that
Don't be talking about the contractors program. Contractors work to the schedule of the government. Yes, even if it's designed and built, you work according to our program. The fact that the contractor brings a program doesn't mean that it's acceptable to us. Regional Minister. Regional Minister. What is the situation on this road?
Yes. Actually, presented. Minister, if I get information,
yes.
Monitor all the activities. So this is our issue. Once we have the information, we should be able to.
Are you not in touch with my director?
So left and came.
So you haven't been.
Yes.
As issue with the section of the asphalt they are fully mobilized for this particular.
You are confident that you
Yes.
So why are they not working with the company?
That's why I said their concrete guns honestly are not enough. They have like two for now. They have like two guns, only two guns. So I've spoken to them to increase the number of guns to speed up the rest.
When did you do that? When did you give them that reminder?
Oh. Even last week he went to Tamale. Just on Thursday. Was it Thursday he went to Tamale? Yes. On Thursday he had to go to Tamale.
To do what?
To look for more moves to buy. That's what he told me.
Are they using metal or they're using?
No, they are using wood. Yes.
But this is you are project managing them. It is their job to know where to buy. They came to the ministry begging that they have capacity. You begged to get this work. We didn't impose it on you. So I don't even see why we should be talking about this. You begged and said you have the capacity and everything. So why you not working?
我们有能力，我们求他们我们是有能力做这个事情的。为什么我们还没有工作？我们没有工作这个。
Well, if they are supposed to finish
这个水沟的这个
the U drain by August, we want to see the 12 kilometers of the U drain by end of August. This is big push. You work. How many hours do you work a day? How many hours do you work a day?
They start at 6. It's 6 to 6, but they work 10 hours. They always have 2 hours.
You need to start doing some work in the night. Start polishing in the night and other things.
就是说，在8月末完成水沟的做完，全部完12公里。8月份12公里。
I mean,
we are doing our best to do it.
So what is preventing you since you are doing your best?
如果我们要做
because of a number of challenges. But we will work and have him join us one way or the other to speak to these matters of interest, which he himself is willing to speak to us too. And so sincerest apologies on that score. Prospectus Ghana, because EduPac, the Ghana Education Service approved and supported national SHS initiative implemented by Prospectus Ghana, is now in progress across the country. Parents across are already registering so that their children's trunk, Macintosh mattress and pillow, as well as plastic chop box, be ready and waiting for them at their school before reporting day. Do not delay and be caught in the usual last-minute market rush, carrying heavy items under pressure. With EduPac, your child does not need to travel to school with these 4 essential items. To register, simply dial *713 *821# or visit any ADB branch or go to www.edupac.gh.com. Make payment, keep your receipt, and present it on opening day to collect all your child's EduPac items. Your EduPac registration follows you to any SHS you're placed. Avoid the stress, avoid the rush, prepare with confidence, all at a very affordable price. EduPac, approved and supported by the Ghana Education Service. For more information, call 055 600 607 or 0302 955 050. EduPac, no stress, no wahala. Again, be reminded that the 24th Africa Athletics Championship Accra 2026 is coming to you live here in the capital. It's a spectacle. The 24th Senior African Athletics Championship from the 12th of May to the 17th of May 2026, the University of Ghana Sports Complex Legon becomes the battleground where Africa's finest champions go head-to-head in thrilling track and field events. Global superstars Beatrice Chebet, Faith Kipiogen, Toby Amerson, Colin Kebinachipi, Joseph Fanbule, Akani Simbini, Muzala Samukonga, alongside our very own Benjamin Azamati, Abdul Rashid Saminu, and the rest. This is speed, this is power, and this is Africa competing at the highest levels. The 24th Senior Africa Athletics Championship, Feel the Heat. It's powered by the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, the Confederation of African Athletics, and the Ghana Athletics Association. Be there, feel it live, and witness history. We're going to run out of the studio for you pretty shortly, but we're just going to do birthdays, quick birthdays.
Sisi bum, tabun bum, sisi bum, tabun bum, iya ya se waya, Afraid you can't have no fun when it's true. Sissy, travel, yeah. This man I go, man and lady. This man I go, man and lady. Akoko we Jesu, akwe Jesu ma denche wa ketro. Aye. This man I go, man and lady. This man I go.
So a few birthdays as we make our way out of the studio. The first is Miss Hannah Amakai Ama. A glorious 50th birthday. Blessed and fabulous 50th birthday to you, our dearest sister. May God guide your steps, protect you always, and fulfill the desires of your heart. You're deeply loved, our sister. It's from your siblings to you on this special, special day. Also, a happy birthday to Vejesu Agatha, who is a CEO of P Sons Local Bar and Cocktail / Mocktail. Cheers to greatness, greater grace from Pat. The last one I have here, Alexandra Ikia Mensima Aban. We are so blessed to have you in our lives. You're an amazing wife and mom from your husband Della and Kiki. And today happens to be your birthday, a glorious, glorious birthday to you. We're back again, God willing, tomorrow as a Friday edition of the show. And a bit more for you here as well if you stick and stay with 3FM 92.7.
What you gonna say? What you gonna do when the African train come down?
Hello, it's now time for the news update at 10. I am Christabel Success Treve. Family of no-bed syndrome victim Charles Emisa have welcomed the report of the committee investigating their brother's death with a call on government to improve emergency healthcare. The 3-member committee investigating the death of Charles Emisa has concluded that he died from medical neglect rather than the immediate injuries he sustained. Chair of the committee, Ajuman Bedu Akosua, explained that the cause of death was excessive blood loss resulting from a severe injury to the upper arm, and the victim could have survived if timely medical intervention had been provided.
And was not from the instant trauma. What it means is that if at any of these facilities there had been medical intervention, Charles Emisa could have survived. Now, the key findings. Charles Emisa died of exsanguination, excessive loss of blood due to an upper right arm bone and soft tissue injury, causing damage to the axillary and brachial arteries and veins following a road traffic accident. Death of Charles Emisa could have been avoided by medical intervention at the police hospital, the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, or Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital.
Now, responding after receiving the report, Health Minister Kwabena Minta Kando said all the medical professionals who have been mentioned in their report will face disciplinary action.
I want to accordingly direct my chief director, the chief director of the Ministry of Health, to write to the following people, the following health professionals and their hospitals and their regulators, that disciplinary actions be taken against them. 1, Dr. Anne-Marie Kudo should be referred to the police hospital and the Medical and Dental Council with immediate effect. Dr. Nina Naomi Iram, the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, and the Medical and Dental Council.
Sister of the deceased, Matilda Emisa, while welcoming the report, said they look forward to improvements in emergency health care in the country.
So according to our code of conduct, exactly what the minister had said is what they're supposed to do. But however, this will not bring Charles back. And like I said, he's gone. But we do not want this to happen to anyone again. As looking back, we would have to prevent these kind of deaths from occurring and not usually set up a committee when the death has already occurred. So I think that it's a step in the right direction, but it will not. But however, this will not bring Charles back.
That was the sister of the deceased, Matilda Emisa. You can check out our websites for this and a whole lot more. My name is Christabel Success Treve. 3 Lounge is up next.
Your finest tunes in sync with a soothing voice. 3 Lounge with AJ.
Are you tired of the same old routine? Need a break from the stress and chaos of everyday life? Well, step into the 3 Lounge, your world of absolute relaxation and great music with yours truly, AJ Akwako Sapon. Welcome to the best mid-morning show in the capital and beyond. This is 3 Lounge with yours truly, your radio princess, AJ Akwako Sapon.
Love it. I love it. It's great.
Kickstart your week with Monday motivation. Shake off the Tuesday blues and get ready for midweek mania. Take a trip down memory lane on Throwback Thursday and wrap up the week with Funky Friday with myself and Helen Appiah Ampufo. Plus, enjoy exciting celebrity interviews, insightful conversation, engaging discussions on topics that matter, and there's a boatload of fun and easy activations that reward and appreciate you, our loyal listener.
If you are listening, we're manifesting money into your pocket this morning.
Don't miss out on the excitement. Tune in to 3 Lounge every weekday morning from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. with AJ Akwako Sapon only on 3FM 92.7.